Vámonos, muy feliz lunes a todos, excelente, espero que estén teniendo una excelente mañana, que hayan tenido un excelente fin de semana. Aquí estamos una vez más con otro casino, el tío Salo, y antes de empezar, como siempre, quiero traerles un repasón del mercado, ideas que tengo y pues para que todos estén en la misma página, estemos en la misma página viendo este canal y sepan exactamente dónde está mi mente. Mucha gente me ha estado preguntando si es hora de meterle a Tesla, porque si gana Elon Musk, esto es algo de lo que habíamos platicado, si gana Donald Trump, muy probablemente Elon Musk vaya a ser beneficiado de esto y ahorita vamos a darle un repaso. El día de hoy, como ustedes saben, estamos celebrando o no sé si sea celebración o no del 12 de octubre, entonces aquí en Estados Unidos tenemos el día libre, que es cuando vino Cristóbal Colón a conquistar a todos muy educadamente y simplemente mataron a todo el mundo en Estados Unidos, así que por eso están medio cerrados los mercados. En realidad toda la bolsa está abierta, lo que está cerrado es el mercado de bonos en este momento y los bancos están cerrados el día de hoy, etcétera. Entonces es un día más o menos libre para todo el mundo, la gente que tiene nada que hacer y que no tiene empleo. Bueno, en realidad la gente que tiene empleo es la que está pasándola bien hoy porque tienen el día libre y nosotros desempleados, hijos de... Aquí estamos como tontos. Pero bueno, eso no tiene por qué distraernos de lo que estamos viendo el día de hoy. Quiero llevarlo rápidamente a las tablas y vamos a analizar un poco de cosilla rápidamente con ustedes. Lo primero que queremos ver es al dólar. Sigue con esta fuerza y va a mi siguiente objetivo, que son los 103, 848. De nuevo, interesante lo que estamos viendo con el dólar, con esta subida tan potente. Normalmente, recuerden, si están aprendiendo, este es el índice del dólar, el DXY. Si el índice del dólar está subiendo así, el mercado tiene que estar cayendo normalmente, porque eso quiere decir que más gente está interesada en tener su dinero en dólares. Por eso el dólar se está volviendo fuerte. Pero aparentemente no. Aparentemente no, porque si volteamos a ver el S&P 500, discúlpenme, este es algo que dibujé con la caída de... Total, da igual. Si vemos el S&P 500, nuevo máximo histórico, como el que no está cotizando en 5,839, buenísimo. El Nasdaq va en camino a sus altos históricos y el Dow Jones está un poco en altos históricos, pero quiere volver a regresar también. Está teniendo un poco de venta en esta mañana y el Russell 2000, que simplemente no ha podido ni siquiera llegar a sus altos históricos, está peleándose y consolidando en esta zona. Y el VIX, que es nuestro índice de volatilidad, lo que nos dice, güey, esto ya valió papa, está simplemente consolidando en esta zona, se está saliendo del chop que había hecho aquí antes en esta parte baja y pueden ver que inicia un nuevo movimiento, pero está creando un nuevo alto más bajo que este, aunque los bajos sí son más altos que los pasados, lo que nos pone acá para empezar a ver al VIX importantemente. Bitcoin, San, POM, paso. Espero que todos ustedes que están en Elite Trading Academy hayan tomado el trade a la alza, porque vaya que yo lo tomé y ahí vamos muy bien desde los bajos 61,000 y cacho hasta ahorita, y sobre todo cuando le metes apalancamiento, Bitcoin se está viendo muy bien, superando este alto, y ahora vamos a tener que ir a buscar ese alto en 66,474. Queremos ser verdaderamente alcistas, queremos romper eso antes de poder llegar a nuestra siguiente resistencia, que está en los 68,333. Así que ténganlo presente, Bitcoin tiene cara de que quiere hacer cosas bonitas. Y podría también coincidir con todo lo que estamos viendo en el mercado. ¿Y a qué me refiero con eso? Porque hemos estado viendo los índices hacer altos más altos, altos más altos, altos más altos. Entonces, ¿por qué Bitcoin no? Y normalmente tenemos esta imagen por el 2021 de que lo primero que cayó fue Bitcoin y después fueron los demás mercados tradicionales. Por ahora mismo los mercados siguen marcando nuevos altos históricos y siguen empujando a la alza. El oro, pueden ver la fuerza que lleva el oro. Déjenme quito este Fibonacci. Está consolidando justamente alrededor de altos históricos. Su alto histórico está en 2,685, más o menos, dependiendo en qué exchange estés usando. Y el oro tiene ganas de seguir poniendo nuevos altos. Estamos viendo un poco lo mismo con la plata, aunque la plata está más castigada y ranguea más. Lo hemos visto en esta subida de por acá. Y el gas natural por fin tomándose un descanso, y lo habíamos dicho antes. Siempre tenemos que estar pendientes con esto para relacionarlo con UNG. Personalmente sigo bastante alcista con todo lo que se refiere a energía, pero todo puede tomar tantito retroceso. El peso contra el dólar, el peso sigue consolidando, creando bajos más altos, pero también altos más bajos, lo que nos está haciendo probablemente ver, sí, que todo esto se está contrayendo, la volatilidad se empieza a contraer un poco y cuando empiezas a ver eso, ¿qué quiere decir? Que viene un movimiento grande, a la alza o a la baja. No sabemos bien exactamente, pero es importante tenerlo en mente. Entonces, viendo todo esto, analizando un poco el mercado, qué podemos pensar de lo de Tesla y sobre todo, pues vamos a Tesla rápidamente antes de darles todos los análisis de absolutamente todo. Tesla, como les dije siempre, los eventos estilo como el que acabamos de ver normalmente hacen esto. La única vez que Tesla ha revelado un coche o un producto nuevo y la acción siguió subiendo después de, fue cuando anunciaron el modelo 3. Cuando anunciaron el modelo Y, cuando anunciaron todos los demás, siempre ha caído Tesla. Es bastante razonable que veamos esto. Ahora, ¿es momento de comprar Tesla en este momento? Personalmente, yo creo que vas a tener camino a la baja de aquí a las elecciones, simplemente porque todavía no hay nada que nos diga qué va a reparar todo este problema. Porque si de verdad ponemos atención al mercado y estamos viendo tal cual lo que nos están vendiendo, que es la idea de que los bonos están subiendo una vez más, aunque personalmente creo que este es el tope de los bonos, voy a echarme tantito para atrás y decir, máximo pueden ser 4.275%, el de 10 años es lo que yo pienso antes de que continúe su movimiento a la baja. Si esto sigue subiendo, como lo ha hecho últimamente, esto nos quiere decir que el financiamiento sigue subiendo de precio. Y por más que te estén dando descuentos en Tesla y por más que te estén comprando, vendiéndote la idea de que estás comprando un coche a 0% de interés, lo que estás haciendo es simplemente descontar el coche, lo que nos lleva a márgenes más reducidos, lo que nos lleva a peores entregas de resultados, etcétera. Entonces, por ahorita, de aquí a fin de las elecciones mínimo, yo no me voy a meter en acciones, voy a quedarme un poco fuera no un poco, me voy a quedar fuera del mercado a ver qué es lo que va a pasar en elecciones y después de las elecciones, porque aquí hay gato encerrado. Y otra cosa de la que no hemos platicado mucho es simplemente la idea que tienen demasiados periodistas independientes alrededor del mundo de que Ucrania perdió la guerra y simplemente no lo han anunciado y lo van a anunciar una vez que se acabe la carrera por la presidencia. Y si eso llega a ser verdad, también eso podría ser otra cosa que nos ayude a tirar el mercado, pero vamos a ver exactamente a dónde se va esto. No voy a meter las manos al fuego por nadie, así que prefiero quedarme fuera un ratito en lo que empezamos a ver una fotografía clara de lo que se viene, porque de nuevo, todavía tienes muchos what ifs. Tienes el what if de qué pasa si en verdad perdimos la guerra, ¿no? Ucrania, porque nosotros lo estamos fondeando, y Rusia ganó. ¿Cómo se va a anunciar eso? ¿Qué va a pasar exactamente ahí? No, porque tienes que decirle a todo el mundo que le lavaste la cabeza de que esto era una gran idea, ahora el por qué no importa. Entonces va a ser interesante ver cómo pueden justificar eso en ese ámbito. Y la otra, simplemente los datos de los números en todo, pues negativos de a madre, ¿no? Pero nos han dado números falsos en absolutamente todo. Y si nos están dando números absolutamente falsos en todo, a cierto punto se van a poder voltear como en el 2008 y decir, uy, estábamos en una recesión hace un rato. Y ya cuando te lo anuncian, estás en la parte final, que es cuando todo el mundo se apanica, vende, y ahí es donde en realidad debes de comprar. Puede que exista esa oportunidad de compra y de entrada al mercado. Tesla, Rivian, etcétera. Se los he dicho una y otra vez. Nos vamos a ir a Valhalla. Les voy a contar exactamente cuando yo regrese al mercado. Le pegamos al fondo la última vez con todo y esta vez no creo que vaya a ser diferente. Simplemente no ha habido ningún catalista, entonces estén pendientes. Y ahora, sin más ni más, nos vamos al casino del tío Salo. Ya saben que si ustedes quieren también aprender a tradear y platicar con nosotros, tienen aquí el Discord, se los estoy dejando en la parte de abajo para que se unan, entren, escuchen las buenas señales como la que tuvimos este fin de semana para comprar Bitcoin, entendiendo que venía un movimiento agresivo a la alza y ahí estamos. Así que dense una vuelta, vénganse a platicar, es absolutamente gratis, ¿por qué no? Sin más ni más, les traigo a los genios, les traigo a los cracks, les traigo el buen Farhan, les traigo el buen Alex. Así que vámonos, damas y caballeros, a iniciar este casino el tío Salo con todo. Good morning, boys.
Good morning. How's your weekend?
Oh, I was hoping that I could listen to you because I put my headphones on and I didn't set anything up. Now I just realized that. So I'm very prepared. How are you?
Doing pretty well. It's a little tired this morning, but it's a Monday, so it would be illegal if I wasn't.
Well, exactly. That's number one. And also, we've seen all of your stories, dude. Just fucking throwing around. In Spanish, it's called echando el novio, echando la novia, which is, if you literally translate it in English, is throwing the girlfriend. And that means just walking around and showing her everywhere and going everywhere with her. That's
We
what
basically
my
just been
boys
going
do.
out like every day.
That's so funny.
Are you boys ready to get into some charts, or is there any notes, anything you're looking at aside from the amazing Bitcoin call? Thank you, Farhan. Our account is doing pretty damn well. Aside from, yes, sir, we took the fucking trade. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
That makes my morning.
Yes. So we're in it to win it right now. Is there anything you guys are seeing in the market that should grant a preview, or should we just get into it?
Right now, that third drive of hidden bullish divergence that we brought up on Friday has confirmed. Now, weekly and the 2-week momentum are both pointed strongly towards the upside.
I think your mic is off, or it might not be picking up your mic. Which
Can you hear me now?
there you go. Yeah,
Wait 1 second. Let me make sure the settings has the right mic.
that is pretty good.
Yeah, it does. It does. All right. So what I was saying though is that the third drive of hidden bullish divergence that we had brought up on Friday has confirmed on the daily, and the weekly and 2-week stochastic momentum pivots have both flipped up and strongly to the upside.
It's looking good, and also we took out the last high, which is pretty damn good, and now we got to look for what was it? I mean, we'll get to it right now. So that's pretty good. If there's nothing else to jump into, you guys want to do Roku, and then the next one, Render, which is a Solana token.
All right, you want to do Roku or I do?
I'll do Render.
All right.
Of course. Roku.
Render was having a nice AI pump in the beginning of the year. It'll be interesting to see what is going on, especially with NVIDIA not looking too bad too.
No, I mean, everything seems like it wants to go back to all-time highs, right?
Yeah, actually.
Why fight it? Why fight it?
Let's
Roku.
see.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I guess Render is only listed on Coinbase. Thought it was. Oh, I guess it's on Bybit. Or no, yeah. I think they changed their name. I thought Render just recently changed their name.
Did they?
I thought they did. It's something else, but yeah. So I'll do it on.
So wait, yeah. You're doing.
Oh, I'm doing Roku. I'm doing Roku.
Yeah.
Yeah, fine too. So I'm just trying to pull up Render's chart so I can trade it. Weird.
There you go.
Okay. So we're gonna do Roku on the monthly first. Let me remove this fib that I have drawn here. So on the monthly, we have our HPDR momentum, which is pointed up, and volatility is still pointed down at this moment. The jewel has based back off of this pink, which is exactly where we'd want to see it find support and flip back up. Currently, it's flipping out of the bearish control zone. And now that we have freshly flipped back up to the upside with this cyan light blue coloring, with this next close, we're very likely to get out of the bearish control zone. So flipping back up within the bearish control zone and then getting pushed out of the bearish control zone is a pretty bullish symbol. And we should at the very least expect to get somewhere back into the 60 range, which is considered the bullish control zone. And right now we're getting a bounce. First, we got to close on the monthly over our median. And we're getting a little bit of a move down to retest this monthly close. And now we're getting expansion towards the upside. Since we did close over the median, we have a statistical probability of coming towards this top 38.2%, which right now lines up perfectly with this 55 EMA, which we've been finding resistance from on our last lower high. And then basically ever since we dumped from here all the way around August of 2021, we've just been going down only. We started populating this 55 EMA. On this move up, we weren't even able to tap it. Then when we got our little mean reversion bounce right here, we went all the way up to the 55. We tested the silver cross to the downside, rejected, and got another bit of a move down. But here we made a higher low. And then we ended up closing above the median. So right now, once we get this tap of the 38.2% and the 55 EMA, if we can close over this 55 EMA, we're going to have a change in structure and we're going to be statistically back towards the upside, where we're very likely going to come back to retest it at the very least this breakdown point right here, somewhere around the $230 area, which is going to be a very, very significant move from where price action is right now.
Damn.
And from where volatility is sitting, we probably have enough juice to probably get somewhere up to that higher $180 target, maybe $200 with this low of volatility. Let's see when last time we found this low of volatility was right here. And how much of a move down did we get? Because last time volatility expanded to the downside. Yeah, we got a 92% move down. Just a calm 92% from that type of volatility.
Just very crypto, Roku.
And if we're getting that same type of volatility and posturing is to the upside, how much of a percent are we going to get?
Well, I don't think you're going to get the same, but
see, another time was right here. This is comparable. About 380%. With a similar type of volatility.
Damn.
How much is 230 from here?
Let's see.
It's only about 180 something percent. 190%. Only 190%.
That's it?
Yeah,
so what you're saying is we're going to put all of our money in Roku.
Yeah, we're going to go all in on Roku, and we're going to get leveraged calls. We're going to get leveraged end of the month calls.
Oh, so playing it safe. I see.
Oh, yeah.
Good.
If we were gamblers, we'd at the end of the week.
If we have some balls.
And right now, the jewel symbol is giving us basically the same thing where we can very likely get a very expansive move from here. Just as long as we continue to hold the median, which is right now at $70.44, we should be expecting an expansive move to the upside from here. which is right now what the quarterly is telling us as well. Because the quarterly is holding this bottom 38.2%. As long as it's holding and we're above the 5 EMA, we have a statistical probability of going towards the top 38.2%. And right now, the top 38.2% sits at about $154. And even that is like a 100% move from here. But since we're going to be over this previous lower high on the quarterly, we're very likely not going to stop here. And we're going to go towards this breakdown period point, which is right now somewhere around that, what number? $230 zone.
God damn.
Weekly right now, it's giving us several closures over the median. We closed over the top 38.2%. Then price found itself back into the 38.2%. And now we're getting a little bit of a pullback. Maybe we come back and retest this 5 EMA. Right now, our HBR momentum is slightly curved sideways, while volatility is curved sideways as well. So that does make sense for us to come back down, touch this 5 EMA. From there, retest the 38.2%, which is right now this 100 EMA. And if we do get a close over this 100 EMA and this 38.2%, our probabilities are going to be significantly increased to go up to this 200. And right now, this 200 is just below $150 at $149.33. Daily. Do 2-day first. 2-day right now is going sideways. So 2-day supports the idea that we would probably get a little bit of a correction or pullback here. Maybe we can come down to this 9 EMA, which is right now at $75. But I would expect us to hold the median on a close, which is around $76.65. As long as the median is still held, the short-term bias is still towards the upside. If we lose the median, though, the short-term bias becomes coming back down to retest this bottom 38.2%, which is right now at $71.52. As long as we're holding the $76.65 area, then that idea is not active, and we're likely to go up towards $83 first. Daily is also supporting the idea of the pullback, where the HBR momentum is shifting down, and the HBR volatility is flipping down as well, while we are moving towards the median. Right now, the median on the daily is $75.50. So that lines up with the 2-day 9 EMA. So if we were to come back down towards there, get a bounce from there, then we would have our short-term beliefs bias still up, that this week will still probably end up going higher. If we lose that area, though, we would very likely, before the end of this week, come back down towards that $75, maybe to $70, $71 area. And then I would expect to find a higher low before the weekly and the monthly ends up taking over, and then we end up continuing higher from there. Let's check the RSI. All right, so the monthly does have confirmed bullish divergence in play, and it's still active. It's going to be active, and as long as we don't close below, what is this? $74.66. We close below that, then it's invalidated. But as long as we're above that area, the bullish divergence is still active, and our first target is going to be the bullish control zone. And right now, the bullish control zone is at around $126.76. And then after that, our next target is going to be the bullish critical zone, if assuming we don't mark a local high. And right now, this number is pretty high. This is going to come down after the next monthly open, but right now this number is at $297.61. After the next monthly open, probably comes back down towards that lower $200 area, maybe lines up with our $230 number. Our monthly VMP is, come on, it's starting to curve back up towards the upside, just like the jewel, and we're getting volatility expansion with it, which gives us another piece of information added to the jewel, where we see this volatility going up along with price going up. I mean, the jewel oscillator shifting up, which also gives us more of a bullish bias. Quarterly has confirmed hidden bullish divergence in play, while we're heavily within the bearish control zone. So we have a lot of juice from here to continue going higher, to get out of the bearish control zone, get towards the mid. But with a quarterly hidden bullish divergence, I would expect us to go towards the bullish control zone. But for now, the bullish control zone is just an idea. We have to target getting out of the bearish control zone first. And what number gets us out of the bearish control zone? Keep in mind, this number is going to go down significantly after the next quarterly open. But right now, that number is $284.22. This number probably come down towards that lower to mid $200 number. But just to get out of the bearish control zone, we have a target of like around 180% away from price action from now, while volatility is going down significantly. So we could, from this bullish divergence, hitting the edge of the bearish control zone is not difficult to do at all. That's actually a very, very easy thing to do. And that number is so significantly higher than price action right now. This seems like a no-brain type of play to me right now. Like a no-brainer, like easy invalidation, massive risk to very little. Massive reward to very little risk.
Kind of like your invalidation would be 73, no?
I would be a little safe to have it a little bit lower than everybody else and do it at 70.
Okay.
Monthly, quarterly bullish divergence, weekly bullish divergence, and weekly is expanding from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 weeks of zero volatility, and now we're at 52%. We still have a good amount of room to go before volatility taps out. So we could probably very easily hit that $120 to $150 number before volatility is even topped out. And then from there, because volatility would be at extremes, I would expect sideways and a pullback from there. But for now, I don't think that we would get that pullback with how volatility is looking and momentum is shifted towards the upside. That goes out the window if we lose this previous low, though, which is around $73.18. If we lose that, then we're going to get a pullback first. But on the next weekly open, what else is going to happen is that this 21 is going to cross over this 55, and we're going to have a fresh silver cross to the upside, along with our expanding volatility and upward momentum and bullish divergence. I don't know how many more bullish catalysts you can add to that to have your bias shifted towards the upside. 2-day, not much. Daily also has confirmed bullish divergence in play as well. And we would invalidate it if we close below, what is this low right here? $76.33 on the daily. If we close below that, it's invalidated. But until then, that bullish divergence is still active, and our next target is going to be this gap close right around that high $80s to $90 number. And with how the weekly looks, it very likely continues from there and goes probably towards that $100 area. I'll end it off with a momentum chart.
Nice bump on Bitcoin.
Oh, wow. It really looks like that 2021 cycle high is next at 69,420.
Let's go.
Monthly momentum is pointed very strongly towards the upside as long as price is above $54.50. And not only that, but it's getting pushed out of the bearish control zone as well. So from there, we should be expecting a pretty significant move back towards the bullish control zone. And while we're over here, just about to break these previous lower highs, and we have a volatility expanding with it, very likely to go significantly higher than these previous projected highs, all the way up to that breakdown point at $230. Quarterly momentum is also pointed very, very strongly up as long as price is above $61.43, and it's about to get kicked out of the bearish critical zone as well. So once we get kicked out of the bearish critical zone, our next target is going to be somewhere around the edge of the bearish control zone. That would also line up with our previous RSI chart, which told us that price was around $280 something. Weekly momentum is pointed up as long as price is above $76.12 while volatility is expanding. This setup gives us more of a bias towards medium-term continuation rather than pullback, as long as price is above $76.11. On the weekly, if price closes below $76.11, then momentum will shift down, and then we should be looking for a consolidation or pullback. But until then, we should be expecting trend continuation towards the upside as long as price is above $76.11.
I need to quickly open the door. Alex, you mind sharing your chart, and we'll finish this one when I get back. I'm so sorry.
Yep. Just do that now.
Sorry, Bart.
No, you're good. 2-day momentum is pointed up as long as price is above $75.31, and it's going to flip back up within the bullish critical zone. We're trying to get out of it, and then it flips back up again right when we tap this 9 EMA. While volatility is going down at this time. So once we get volatility expansion from here on the 2-day as well, with momentum pointed up, we should be expecting another impulsive move towards the upside of a pretty significant amount too, like one of these type of moves, like that, 60%. Daily is still pointed up as well, as long as price is above $75.84, and volatility is now starting to expand. We're getting above the moving average, and we're starting to move up from around 6% volatility, and we're at now 16.67%. So every single time frame we look at, whether it's the daily all the way up to the quarterly, it's giving us many different setups that are giving us bias towards upside. With monthly and quarterly bullish divergences in play, volatility also shifting up, momentum shifted up. Everything's really telling us that we should expect higher unless we lose that $76 on a weekly, or we lose $73 on a
Daily.
monthly.
Sweet.
Monthly. And the daily was a little bit lower, I believe.
Yeah,
daily,
it's like basically 69, 67.
Yeah, right around that area. If we lose that on a daily, then the short-term bullish idea is out the window, and we're probably going to consolidate. But on the weekly and the monthly, the numbers are a little bit higher. If we lose those, then we pull back first. But until then, we should be expecting continuation towards the upside, and we should be expecting the divergences to continue to play out.
Fuck yeah. That seems pretty good. All right, Alex, let's do yours, and I'll come back and do these two. Thank you.
Okay, cool. All right, let me make sure I'm not muted. Nice. All right, cool. So we have render here. Yeah, they did change something with their name. Art. This is now this name. I think it was different, but no big deal. Render is interesting because, even though it's under its major moving average, which is if we go on the daily, it's more evident here. It's EMA 100 and it's SMA 200. We see the daily and it's more evident on the 2-day. It's why I was on it. It's putting in structure. That's kind of what you want to see. And so ideally now, after making this high, which took out this wick high, ideally we just don't want this low to break, which is currently at $4.59, $4.60, to really keep, just like this uptrend that's looking like it's forming intact. For me, the easy trigger to at least have like a buy trigger would be if we start reclaiming $6.30. Not only would that put us above that 2-day EMA 100, but also that would pop us above the daily. And then getting back above that level would guarantee that we're very healthily above it. That's a pretty massive level for render on this massive downtrend that it's been in. Consistently making lower highs and lower lows. It wasn't until here where we actually started to form some structure, forming almost like a higher low here. Now, a higher high, now possibly forming a higher low. And so the easy buy for me is just when we start reclaiming this massive level that's basically been resistant since June of this year. For me, then that would, if we start reclaiming that $6.30, I would have an easy target to $7.30. This is a pretty massive level for render overall. And we know big bull markets on render usually start when this daily SMA 200 reclaimed. It's basically the 3 times that we've basically reclaimed it. It didn't really work out this one time. But even if you just back tested it from the point where we retested it from reclaiming up until this wick high, it still was an impressive 68%, only if that was 69%. But essentially, each and every time at this point, this was a major bull mode for render. And then even here, when we were under it, we reclaimed it here. Once it reclaimed, major bull mode for render. So that's kind of what I would be watching, as this is lining up perfectly with mean line resistance right at $7.39. So that's telling me this is a pretty big level. If we actually start getting daily closures, reclaiming this SMA 200, I'll be convinced that we're going to get momentum expansion to the upside. But also, I do think that this psychological $10 level will get reached. And from this point, I mean, it's still an impressive, 34% move. So that's why I think patience in this chart is welcomed. It's nice to see that we're forming at least an uptrend with higher highs and higher lows. That's why it's important that we just don't actually break these lows here. Ideally, this is going to be the next higher low. And we actually do see this $6, call it $6.10, $6.30 actually reclaimed. With altcoins, it's never really that clean, especially with, shit coins like Render. That's why I like gauging it more like a 2-day. I think it's a lot more cleaner on the 2-day, and it kind of represents it well. And so currently now we're at EMA 34 resistance. Popping back above there will give us a nice target to this $5.90. This is a pretty big level on the 2-day. We break back above there, then it just corresponds with what I'm saying, which is that $6.30, $6.10. It's going to be a massive level. Each and every time we've basically met this, it's either deviated it or just rejected it. So reclaiming that would be a shift, while also structure is forming into an uptrend. We're getting that confirmation once we actually do reclaim that major moving average. Once that's done, then I'll be convinced that the daily will get that expansion. This will actually be a bullish reset on BBWP. And then, with this expansion up to the upside, potentially, this easily could get us back to $7, if not $10 potentially. Essentially, when we were at this low BBWP, it was basically right here. This was the last time. And what did Render do? Well, from the low here, it still put in a nice rally to the next zone, 49%. So it wouldn't be out of the question. That's why I just kind of want to wait and see. Ideally, reclaiming this zone will give us this nice move to $7.50. The higher time frames, though, it is something to be mindful of. We basically reclaimed that monthly 9 this month, so it kind of corresponds with we want to see bulls kind of step in here. We're slowly seeing that structure in the monthly form. We're not really breaking the wick lows of the last month, which is good. We just really kind of want to get out of this zone. To me, it's welcoming to see that 9 get reclaimed. It's been under it for 2 months now. So reclaiming that and then this month testing the 21 would be an ideal spot to kind of get a bounce from here. And so I know the monthly is closing at 17 days, but it's something that if you're bullish on Render, you'd really want to keep watching, because I'll just always say this: big moves happen once that monthly 9's reclaimed. And if it can hold it and act as support, which for me would be confirmed if this monthly can actually close above it, then that'd be a great sign. The weekly as well is at resistance, corresponding with what I was mentioning on the 2-day being at the EMA 34. The weekly is actually at the EMA 9. This is a pretty big spot for Render. Unfortunately, it's closing in 6 days. And, this potentially, this candle here is not really anything important to me, but the nice part is the fact that we're still holding that weekly EMA 100. So that's telling me at least this consolidation is more bullish than not. And the fact that we are rejecting the 9 is fine in my opinion, as long as we're above this 100, because what this is going to do is it's going to grind the moving averages more down, while also resetting momentum on the weekly, giving us more of a bigger move. And it'll be interesting to see actually how low this momentum will go on BBWP, because we can see here it's actually never hit extreme lows, fully resetting to 0. And we can see the lowest it's ever gone was this 8.94%. Which currently, we're we're at 15%, so it still can come down more ways. So what I'm basically saying, and this is kind of where it matches up nicely with the weekly, is once we start reclaiming that $6 zone, it's going to be a pretty massive zone for render. And it's pretty clear in the weekly here. You'll be basically bouncing off that EMA 100 while getting back above the weekly moving averages. It's basically nothing but air. And once we start basically reclaiming this, call it, $6.30, then I am convinced we're probably going to break this high. It's probably going to solidify the uptrend. And I wouldn't be surprised if we did see some kind of expansion move on render over time, of course. And that could be lining up with what we're potentially seeing on like NVIDIA, looking really bullish, about to hit that 140 mark as we speak. So that's kind of all I have with render. It's looking good. I mean, on some concerning sides on render, of course, is the fact that the 5 days actually silver cross. But slightly it is a weak silver cross considering we're not rejecting the 9. Next resistance zone would be that basically 5-day EMA 21. But we see it silver crossed here pretty recently in August, late August. And so we tested the 55, which this pump here signals to me that the silver cross is already pretty weak, because getting back above there is, not a good sign on a silver cross, but it's still valid. So we just watch this 21 here. And if not, then we look to this 34 and this 55, which again is coming in nicely. So, we're getting multiple time frames lining up with that $6.30 resistance. That's why I think it's just easy to gauge it on a 2-day. If we get any 2-day closure back above this EMA 100, to me, that could be an easy buy, because you know exactly where you're wrong. And then you have an easy target back to that $7.40, which lines up with a pretty big level on the daily. Like I mentioned before, render likes to be under it once it reclaims that daily SMA 200. Big bull market moves happen. And that's corresponding right now with the zone, right at $7.39. So that just tells me that this will be an easy resistance zone. And if we start reclaiming that, then that just is another buy trigger, because you know exactly where you're wrong if you take it on a daily invalidation. So that's kind of it. Watch BBWP expansion. If this starts flipping back above 15%, while potentially we're getting that upside move, that'll again just give me more confidence that this is actually expanding. But you don't want a long resistance, and that's currently where we're at. We're pressing it right now on the 2-day. We're at the weekly 9 currently, which is big resistance on this chart. And so that is just something I'd be very mindful of, and it'd just be more on the side of cautious and waiting. Personally, I would, with altcoins, it's a lot easier to play them with a trigger because they're already so volatile. And that trigger, again, would just be any 2-day closure, ideally 4 days worth of closures back above $6.30. Then at least closer to, $7.40, which is pretty still sizable in terms of like percentage.
Thank you, sir. And then the Farhan's going to be doing Tesla, and I got Rivian for you. Let me just get into these that I skipped. Thank you.
Yep.
Vale, pues vamos primero, antes que nada, a repasar Roku, que es lo que estábamos viendo. Güey, qué tabla tan loca la de Roku. Para empezar, estoy en la mensual. No sé cómo se vea la de 3, la trimestral acá, porque igual y no te enseña tanto. Sí, en la trimestral un poco menos. Pero rápidamente, simplemente viendo la formación que estamos teniendo, tienes este alto, este bajo y este bajo más alto, y empieza a formar estructura alcista. Eso es algo que se ve en la de 3 meses, sobre todo cuando pones acá, puedes ver que el promedio de las 9 está por ahí de los $84. Roku está cotizando en 76.83 en este momento y ha tenido un alto histórico completamente, absolutamente absurdo de ¿qué? $488. Una locura. Está 5 veces abajo. No lo puedo creer. La mensual. La mensual es donde empiezas a ver lo que está haciendo. En la mensual puedes ver claramente, y acá es donde lo divide mejor, porque antes de que vean los indicadores, puedes ver que estamos teniendo este bajo con este alto más alto, este bajo, y estos bajos más altos, está formando una estructura alcista el precio en este momento. Más allá de solamente formando estructura alcista, puedes ver que por fin está retomando el 9 y está justamente en este momento peleándose con el promedio de las 21 en los 78.30. Todos los índices de volatilidad y momentum nos indican que viene un movimiento absolutamente absurdo para donde vaya, y por lo que parece ser, esto va para arriba, damas y caballeros. Si los llevo a la semanal, pueden ver que estamos a punto de tener un cruce plateado, un silver cross a la alza. Justamente acá estamos bastante por arriba del 9 y ahorita vamos a ir a buscar los $80, que es donde está el promedio de la 100 en este momento en la semanal. Esto nos indica que hay bastante fuerza en el movimiento y muy probablemente vaya a darse para arriba. De acuerdo a los indicadores de volatilidad y momentum, y sobre todo si lo ves en la diaria ya tuviste ese cruce plateado acá, lo que te dio este movimiento expansivo, pero apenas está empezando. Estás por encima de todos los promedios importantes, 9, 21, y todos están perfectamente bien puestos. Ahorita justamente el 200 y el 100 se están encontrando en la zona de los 67, pero de acuerdo a todos los indicadores de momentum, de Farhan y volatilidad, lo único que tenemos que ver en Roku, es sencillo. Queremos no perder en la diaria la zona de los 73. No, eso es lo que no queremos perder en la diaria. Pero en general, básicamente, tu idea se invalida si pierdes este alto que está acá en los 71.85. Si tienes los 71.85 y ves que pegas un bajo más bajo de eso, invalida toda esta idea. Pero por ahora, todas las divergencias alcistas que tiene el precio en todas las diferentes temporalidades nos está dando un objetivo para literalmente $230. No tomaríamos eso ahorita y lo pongamos en la cartera. La primera confirmación que vas a tener del movimiento a la alza va a ser poder superar los 79.62. Una vez que hagas eso, vas a venir a cerrar este gap. Sé que no lo pueden ver acá, pero pueden ver hasta acá en los $90. De 90 nos vamos a 100 y de ahí para arriba. Así que Roku se ve demasiado alcista en este momento y muy bien. Pinta, es uno de los mejores setups que hemos visto en un rato, honestamente. Y render, déjame simplemente saco mi tablita de render. Esta está mejor explicada que nada por el buen Alex. Render en este momento está cotizando en $5.7. Esta es una moneda dentro de Solana. Pueden ver claramente en la diaria cómo estamos formando esta tendencia alcista, mínimos más altos, y estás creando altos más altos, que es bastante bueno. Cuando vemos shitcoins, Alex estaba diciendo que le gusta ver más la estructura de los 2 días, que es más reveladora, y pueden ver por qué. Justamente ahorita Render está trepando encima del promedio del 21 y el 9, y el 9 acaba de ir encima del 21, lo que nos empieza a indicar que va a haber fuerza en el movimiento con la expansión del precio. ¿Qué es lo que estamos buscando? Básicamente lo que hemos estado viendo es, déjame apago todos estos, que Render le encanta estar por encima del promedio de los 200. Una vez que toma el SMA 200, puedes ver los movimientos tan locos expansivos que se da, y hemos estado abajo del promedio de los 200 desde julio del 2024, intentándolo tomarlo, pero solamente fueron desviaciones. Tienes tu confirmación bastante sencilla en 5.869. Si puedes tener 4 cierres arriba de esto en la diaria, o 2 cierres de 2 días arriba del promedio de las 200, del 5.869, muy probablemente tu siguiente objetivo van a ser los 6.8. De ahí quieres voltear a ver los 7.2 y romper estos mínimos en abajo de 8. De ahí tienes aire limpio para arriba, pero por ahora esta es la manera más fácil de verlo, porque la invalidación del trade sería perder el promedio de las 200 o un rechazo de las 200 para abajo. Así que no está nada mal. Render se ve bastante bien y estoy seguro que va a tener su momento. Ha tenido altos históricos en $13, está en 5, lo que es básicamente un poco menos de un 3X de donde está ahorita, pero me imagino que tiene más movimientos a la alza, porque esta moneda sí hizo un alto en 2021 y acaba de hacer nuevos altos. Y eso es, muy pocas shitcoins pudieron hacer eso. Pero vale, pues ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros, eso es Render. Tesla.
Mute.
Unmute.
Period T.
Period. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Very a la Kamala. You know what I'm saying, yo?
Is this the? Oh yeah, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that. What I will say is the Indian arc over?
The Indian arc? Well, right now they need more votes from Black people and Hispanics than Indians. I think until that changes, there's no need to change back to the other one.
Real evidence Obama now and basically telling Black people they need to vote for Kamala.
That was incredible, by the way. Yeah, hey, Black people, what are you doing? Why are you not voting for the Black person? Because she's Indian, sir. Right. What a disaster we have in our election system right now.
Really can't make it up. It's so funny.
No, it's worse than it's worse than any jokes than anyone could have fucking made up.
Takes me back to South Park with the turd sandwich and the
giant it's the giant douche and the turd sandwich. Yeah.
All right, so Tesla on the monthly is not looking very good.
Yeah.
What's the high on this one? 264.86. So we didn't go higher on this one, so we can't make any bearish engulfings. But right now, statistically, a week close like this, maybe we can find some support. The most bullish opium I can find is we find support right here at the median in the 55 EMA, which is currently at about 195 to 196. But it's not very likely because we see our HPR momentum starting to flip down on the monthly. So that would give us bias of us going down towards this bottom 38.2%. And right now that level is sitting somewhere around $168.28. And then at that point, our volatility is likely going to start flipping up as well. And then what's going to become a magnet for price action after we've already lost this 55 as well is going to be this 100, which the last time we found our macro low on Tesla was at the 100. So what I'm thinking is that 100 is likely going to be our next major opportunity zone on Tesla before we end up marking another higher low on the monthly and end up resuming this monthly long-term trend towards the upside. Because in long term, we're still on an uptrend towards the upside. We have this high here. We have that high there. We have this higher low. Currently, this would just be another higher low. We can mark a low at this point. It will still be higher than this. And we can make another higher high above this high and continue this uptrend. Right now, that 100 EMA is sitting at around $154.56. That's why I'm thinking somewhere around there is going to be our next major macro low and opportunity zone for Tesla before we end up continuing higher. So right now, the whole narrative, I don't know if you guys seen online, that the AI event was a giant flop and everybody is getting out of Tesla, and they think that they're saying that because all of the robots and things were faked and they were controlled by people from behind the scenes, that nobody believes in Tesla anymore and their stock is going to plummet. So this is going to be max FUD right at this area, right around the 150s, where people can be like, AI was a flop. It's time to sell this shit. Time to get out, mark our next macro low, and then up only again. Yeah, the weekly is giving us the same thing where we ended up closing below the median. We retested it, rejected it, and we're getting continuation towards the downside. So based off of the weekly setup and our momentum going below into the negative territory, we would have a statistical target of coming back down towards this 50% area. And right now, this is at around $194. So the significance of that is that we would be losing this previous wick low. So if we lose this low at $202.59, we're very likely coming back down to retest this low somewhere around right here, right around $168, possibly down to $147, which gives us right down to that $150 number again, which is coming up on the weekly as well. Check the 2-day. 2-day is breaking into very extreme territories. We're hitting the 88.3% right now, and the 100 EMA and the 200 SMA. So from this area, I would expect some type of mean reversion bounce. I wouldn't expect it to go straight down from here. Possibly we can get a bounce back up to fill this gap somewhere at around like $230 all the way up to $200 and maybe $40. But from there, I would expect continuation towards the downside in the medium term. But in the short term, I would expect some type of bounce because we're at very, very extreme areas. And our HBR momentum is breaking into very extreme areas. Volatility is very close to topped out. Daily, we're at the same place where the 88.3%, where our momentum is at very, very extreme areas, and it's trying to start to flip back up right here. Volatility is basically tapped out, and the jewel is entering the bearish control zone. So from here, I would expect some type of mean reversion. Once again, towards that maybe $230 area, all the way up to possibly $240, which would be up to this daily median. So right now, I'm thinking that we get that mean reversion bounce 230 to maybe 240, and then continuation towards the downside towards around like maybe $160 to $150 should be our side.
That'd be the opportunity of the century, because that's in a way, people forget that Tesla likes to move in kind of like a crypto cycle, and when it goes up, it fucking goes up. And I think we're about to get that expansion after this.
It goes absolutely vertical when it starts going up, because the hype train gets going, and then everybody wants in.
Yeah, and now being that he owns the government, and now Elon would be the establishment, because not a lot of people have caught on to that little secret. Imagine what they're going to be able to do.
And right now on the quarterly as well, we have confirmed drive of hidden bullish divergence on this last macro low, right at $160. So on the and we're getting volatility expansion on the quarterly for the first time. So the first time we've gotten volatility expansion since what's this? July of 2019. That's the last time we ever got volatility expansion on the quarterly of Tesla. Let's draw a vertical line. What happened in July of 2019?
Well, that's when everything went straight up.
Yep. This is the last time we got volatility expansion on the quarterly in Tesla. Price went from just a tiny move of around 2,600%. Tesla's like, fuck your Bitcoin.
Holy shit balls.
This is a calm 26x.
And that was in 2 years, 2.5 years.
And here's where volatility expanded from. Here's where we are this time. Not that far off.
Damn.
And that was also on the back of hidden bullish divergence as well. What do we have right here? A nice hidden bullish divergence.
God damn. What was the month? July 2019 that it started.
Yep, that's when we got our volatility expansion. And we had our hidden bullish divergence the previous quarter.
I think March is going to be the time around this time.
Yeah. April is when we got our hidden bullish divergence, and then July is when we got the move. So right now we're getting our hidden bullish divergence, and maybe possibly in end of year, early next year, we could get the move.
Yeah, it would make sense, because I think by March, the Federal Reserve is just going to do an incredibly large cut or around there. And that's when everyone's going to understand. Because at that point, it should be clear, right? Whether they turn around and said, oh, we were in a recession this whole time, and then everything will be adjusted, or we're just going to continue the party. At that time, everything should be resolved.
And I'm not saying that there's going to be a 2,600% move from here. I don't think that. I strongly doubt that. But I could see a 2 or 3x from here, easy.
Oh yeah, easy, dude. This should be quite higher than anything else. I know that people downplay the whole robot and the cars driving themselves, but this dude will own logistics around the world. Just like he
is forward thinking.
Yeah, just like he will own every cell phone company, and no one. This is what's crazy to me. How is no one understanding these things?
Because people like to downplay and underlook Elon. The second that they actually conceptualize that it's real, then his shit skyrockets.
Yeah,
it takes them a second to accept that it's real.
Yeah.
Like with the Model 3, they were saying it was never going to happen. It was going to be fake and everything. Once they accepted that Tesla could produce the Model 3 in massive amounts, then they started pricing that in.
Yeah, that's what fucking blew up.
Quarterly has that divergence. Right now, weekly has hidden regular bearish divergence, but we have basically played it out because we came back down and tested these 21 EMA and the 100. So if we continue to go down, we would have to break this current low on the weekly, which is at $214.38. Then the divergence would continue to play out, and we would go down towards this bearish control zone right now, which is at $203.98. And then this number is going to go up significantly because I don't think it's going to go down here. But if we do continue going lower, it would be the bearish critical zone. That's probably going to be somewhere once we actually get there after that many weeks of playing out, probably somewhere around that $150 number. 3-day also has bearish divergence in play. Not much. Okay, so what we would have from here, which supports the idea of a bounce, is that we have a higher low from these lows here, but the RSI went significantly lower. So this would confirm several drives of hidden bullish divergence if we can make a local low here. To make a local low, we would need to close above this candle's high, which right now is at $223.34. And we get a close above that, that would confirm, I believe, at least 1, 2, and like 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence on the daily. That would give us, at the very least, enough to get back up towards that $240 number to fill this gap. If we can,
yeah. I was going to say, you said that the most bullish scenario would be for price to retest the median of the HPDR and then head back up, and the median was exactly there almost.
Yeah. So that gives us another piece of data that tells us that very likely we do end up going back there. But to confirm that divergence, we would have to close over this number at 223.34. If we do, then we have 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence confirmed. At the very least, we're coming back up towards this $240 area, which would be that median on the HPDR. But for now, I'm looking at that as a short-term bounce. Confirm that divergence, retest that median on the HPDR right around $240. And then from there, I'm expecting the longer-term trend to play out and us to hit that 100 EMA right around $150, possibly a little bit lower to like the mid-140s. But I'm thinking 150 to 160 is the most realistic number to look at.
Perfecto, señor. Thank you so much. And I got Upstart for you before we do Rivian.
That's good.
Thank you. Vale, pues estamos viendo Tesla en el gráfico mensual. Bastante sencillo. Podemos ver que los máximos históricos de Tesla están en $413. En este momento está cotizando en 217. Y venimos de justamente haber hecho esto, donde no logramos hacer un alto más alto. Y venimos una vez más a probablemente demostrar que esto fue una desviación de esta línea de tendencia yendo para abajo. Cuando ponemos todos los... Discúlpenme. Oh. Cuando ponemos todos nuestros promedios e indicadores, ahí está, ya lo podemos ver. Podemos darnos cuenta que estamos abajo del 9 y del 21 en este momento en la mensual. Está cotizando en $217. Y lo que nosotros creemos es, cuando nos acercamos más a la semanal, que como no pudimos romper esto, la cosa más alcista que le puede pasar al precio en corta temporalidad sería caer hasta alrededor de los 198 o más o menos arriba de este cierre de los 185, y eso le pegaría a la media del canal del HPDR, y con eso tendríamos un movimiento a la alza. Pero en corta temporalidad lo que estamos viendo es probablemente vayamos a tener un bounce, un rebote a esta zona donde está el promedio 55, el 9 o el 21, porque perdimos esos dos y tienes un cruce para abajo del 9 y del 21, lo que demuestra debilidad del precio. Estamos esperando a que haya un rebote, probablemente vengamos a cerrar este gap hasta los 230. Y una vez que cerremos ese gap, el precio de Tesla vaya a continuar su movimiento para abajo. En temporalidades altas se ve muy alcista, pero lo primero que tiene que jugar es la mensual, la tabla mensual. Y la tabla mensual nos están dando unos objetivos entre los 150 y $170. Entonces, Tesla en este momento se ve bastante bien. Simplemente tenemos que esperar a que todo sea digerido por el mercado y que nos lleve a al siguiente lugar. Lo primero que tenemos que saber es si va a ganar Trump o no. Eso va a afectar al precio de Tesla, quieran o no. Y además de eso, más allá, donde va a estar la zona de máxima oportunidad, va a ser por donde estamos viendo el promedio de la 100, que es por ahí de la zona de los $152, pudiendo aguantar este bajo que ocurrió en los $139, también este de COVID en los $100. Si no, fue el del 2022. Perdón, del 2022, 2023, hasta acá abajo, y eso seguiría formando estructura alcista y empujaría el precio a niveles loquísimos, porque si estamos viendo que estamos ante este tipo de fecha, en noviembre del 2019, en todos los indicadores de volatilidad, pero antes de poder tener este movimiento de expansión que fue una locura, vamos a tener que revisitar la parte aquí abajo. Lo más alcista que puede pasar es que no baje de los $196, $198. Lo normal que nosotros esperaríamos es que venga a retestear una vez más el promedio de la 100, que es el rojo acá en los 154, 160, y de ahí continúe su movimiento de expansión a la alza. Así que somos alcistas en Tesla a temporalidad larga y también muy corta por un simple rebote que podamos ver por acá, pero no vamos a jugar el rebote, nosotros vamos a jugar, personalmente yo voy a jugar esto en temporalidad larga y voy a esperar a que llegue el precio a donde tiene que, por ahí de los 150 a $170, que es lo que estamos viendo en el gráfico. Vale, pues, a darle arriba, tíos.
Nice. So we're going to be reviewing on the daily first, because I think, it's just tying into what we've been saying since the breakdown here. If you're bullish on this, your best case scenario is just consolidation and a range. We basically, bulls just don't want this $10.05, $10.06 support to actually get lost. We can see the last time this happened, we essentially got an aggressive move all the way back down to this $8 zone. So it is welcoming to see. It is holding. And we did talk about this day when we were basically rallying up to this point that we're probably going to reject this daily 9. Since it is the first tap, since we basically majorly broke down from it, it just makes sense. Usually you do, reject the first tap, especially on the 9 on the daily. And it made sense to actually go and test this $10 zone again, which we did. And now, we're basically just still consolidating, but it is looking good. And we're seeing that the 9 is still moving down with price along with all these moving averages. While, we're basically basing in BBWP, in my opinion, it still could come down more, of course, but this is exactly what bulls kind of want to see. Now, can they just get this consolidation for a little longer? So maybe we can actually get a push up to this $12.30 zone. That's kind of the question I'm wondering and asking myself. And we still have to be mindful that the monthly is still looking bad. Bulls actually have a lot of repairing in this chart if they actually want to get a chance to actually make this bullish. And that's kind of why I've been saying, if once we start getting closures back above $13.60, I do think that then that'll be an easy move or trigger back to this $15 zone. But until then, we have not only this meme line at $13.70, but we also have this monthly 9. And we do see that we basically lost it in August, and then in September we opened and rejected it. And now you see, there's not much data with this $10 zone, but we are still holding it. And so any rallies up to this zone, if we even get there, first need to be looked at as major resistance. And currently on the weekly, it's looking okay. I really, this is something that we've been talking about where we don't want to see big squeezes up, because usually in Rivian's chart, big squeezes up aren't usually sustained. They just lead to basically short squeezes that end up trapping longs. So actually, if we can get this consolidation for in my opinion, I think for multiple weeks, then we can start making more of a bull case that this could actually have more of a sustained rally. But until then, I'm still watching this. Basically, this $13 zone as the first point of major rejection, if not at this $12.30 zone. I do think if you start going to the lower time frames, because remember, my thesis is just we're going to range here. So we really shouldn't see a lot happen. And that's why if I'm day trading this on a lower time frame, we do see the 4 hours at extremes, and it does, it seems like as if we can keep holding this 9 here, we can have at least a chance to test this $12.30 zone, which is a massive zone for the 4 hour. This was kind of a big bias on to, word is short, which was this EMA 100 in the 4 hour. Now at $12.30, that's why I'm saying that's going to be the first major point, where if we do get a nice rally on Rivian, which again wouldn't surprise me, at least when we're basically going down for 3 2-week candles straight, a bounce at least would make sense. But we just have to not misconstruct a bounce with an actual reversal, and that's kind of what I would be expecting here. My question though is, if we could actually start breaking back and holding this $13.60 zone, maybe then we can actually make the argument that we're trying to form some at least bullish structure here with this low. But until then, this is still on a very strong downtrend, consistent lower highs and lower lows. And if this is going to be the next lower high, which it's definitely looking like that, we would then ultimately over time expect this low to break, which was formed right at the $18.20 mark. And that's why it's important for bulls to kind of hold this zone. If they can, then we slowly can trek up. And then, once we break this high here, then I do think it'll be a bull. I think Rivian will be in bull mode again. We see a nice gap here. And I do think that is true. But it's going to take a lot of effort for Rivian to even break past, $13.60. $13.70. So bullish, just keep waiting. We essentially just want this consolidation to keep happening. More constructiveness in the chart would be if this 9 can actually get reclaimed. Then, like I mentioned last time, all eyes on that 2-day 9. Reclaiming that then probably does solidify a move back to this $12.30. That'll be my first rejection point. We can see, big moves into this zone often do get rejected. And as long as this $10 holds, there is at least bullish consolidation, but bears still have full control of this chart. And that's why I still brought up the monthly, because we don't want to get that, we don't want to be confused by that. As long as we're under this monthly 9, bears are heavily in control, along with just the macro downtrend on this chart. But if you're a trader, you still easily can play a mean reversion bounce, which to me easily would just be holding the $10, start reclaiming this daily 9. To me, the confirmation of the $12.30 move would be actually reclaiming this 2-day 9. The daily 9 reclaim would give me more feel that this 2 days probably going to reclaim the 9. And then we're probably going to push up to this 2-day 34, which again lines up with what I was mentioning on the 4 hour, which is basically nicely lining up with that 4 hour EMA 100. And we know, momentum on the 4 hour is pretty low. It is on a 4 hour. So this is, more day trading environments here. But regardless, this is kind of fueling my bias that as long as we hold this $10 mark, I do think we're going to get a move back up. The question will just be, how big of a move is it? Is it sustainable? Does it actually change anything on the chart? Because as it stands, for me to get really bullish on this, we'd have to really move up a lot, especially from this point here. It still would need to be a 32% move, getting back above that $13.70, and then even holding it. So there's, like I said, a lot for bulls to do, but they're so far defending that $10 zone, which is welcomed. Let's just see if maybe by call it maybe the end of this month, we actually do see a move back up into this zone. That's kind of my time frame on it, if not sooner. But I would ideally just want this to keep consolidating. And we're kind of in the gray zone of the chart. We called this easy breakdown that happened, nice 20% move down. And now, people are very eager to get back at a Rivian trade. And I do think that the easy trade is just a wait. Here it's quite aggressive. And if you do long with the idea that this $10 is going to hold, you're still longing under resistance. As terrible as that is, considering we've gone down so much, we are still under resistance. That has still rejected us. And we're currently there now today. And so we just want to be mindful of that. That's why I'm not taking any Rivian trade until we're at least back above this SMA 200. If we can do that, that's why I'm just giving this $13.70 zone. That would mean then we've flipped the levels. The monthlies reclaimed the 9. We're back above the meme line, the previous breakdown zone. We're potentially flipping the trend. and then the weekly could be looking like a higher low. But until then, this is still in a very strong downtrend, and really nothing has happened since we broke down, and it's more evident on the weekly. Any kind of rally up to this, any rally, as long as we're under this EMA 9 on the weekly, doesn't mean anything to me. And that should just be it. And that's why consolidation is nice, but let's just see where that can take us, because I do think that Rivian can get a nice bounce. It always does, and that's something you mentioned, Alejandro. It always bounces. The question is it just sustainable? Even here, massive bounce. Here, massive bounce. This was a mega squeeze up, and so it really would make sense to go back to this $12.30. Until proven otherwise, that could be a short opportunity. But I do think that the easy trade is just no trade. Wait for an easy setup, watch the level. It would make sense, though, for any person that's short bias to keep watching this weekly 9. Very much like what I said on the daily. We see from breaking down and rejecting it, we actually haven't tested it yet. So if we do get a nice rally up, we know that 4-hour EMA 100 right around here, that weekly EMA 9, and then even on a wick basis, we easily could go back to that monthly 9, which is a little higher. But something to be mindful of. Those are some pretty easy short triggers. But yeah, I really don't have much to update on this chart other than consolidation is happening, and this is still holding pretty nicely. You can kind of see, and I always often tell myself, if a support level like this is holding as nicely as it is, then we want to be very mindful of when we do start closing below this. This could be definitely the signals of a breakdown to potentially going lower. And so that's kind of all I have with this. Keep watching, and if you're, like I said, bullish, just wait for the consolidation to expansion and then see how the reaction is right at that $12.30.
Well, Rivian psychology, the stock psychology is kind of a cunt. So what he does is what he's doing right now. It's what he did before. So before we had a level of $16 that seemed to be unbreakable. And then eventually, after we had the $16 to seem unbreakable because he was consolidating in that area, it goes down to $12. And then that was the major bottom. It went up and people forgot about the $12 and said, there's no way we're going back to $12. Then Rivian goes to $22, $23, comes back down. And as soon as it comes back down, it starts consolidating around the $17, $16 area, letting people think, this is it. This is the bottom. And then from there, it went to $10. And then from there, it went to $8.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's kind of like going to do the same thing. That's my guess. Because right now, the consolidation will make people think, this is it. Good news. Then you have like the pump, which will go to probably around the $12.30 to $13 area. Everyone's going to be like, this is it, boys. And then it's going to go down lower than the 8 and the bottom of the bottom. That's what I'm guessing, because that's what it's been doing nonstop. So
yeah, very likely. You guys seeing Bitcoin?
Oh, sweet baby Jesus!
Oh, it's doing
all
the
right.
Wow.
We'll do Bitcoin right now. Hang on, because hey, great trades, boys, great trades, and the best part is we did it to our account. All right, let me present this one. And before we do Upstart, shall we jump into Bitcoin? I'll do a shameless plug, if you will, before that.
Yeah, fine. You might as well start on Bitcoin.
All right, perfect.
Cool.
Vale, pues, estamos viendo Rivian. Quiero recordarles a todos, Rivian se comporta un poco de la misma forma una y otra vez. Y lo podemos ver sobre todo en este gráfico. Caída, subida. Caída más abajo, subida más abajo, caída más abajo, subida más abajo. Es más o menos lo que le gusta hacer a Rivian y es lo que estamos viendo en el precio. Ahora, este es un gráfico mensual. Quiero que vean la primera cosa, que es lo primero que decimos siempre. Si estamos abajo del promedio de la 9, que se encuentra en $13.19, eso quiere decir que estamos en un mercado bajista para la acción o para el precio de lo que estemos analizando. Y en este momento Rivian está cotizando en 10.41, lo que lo pone casi 30% abajo de ese promedio y te dan una buena idea. Muchos alcistas comenzarán diciendo que esto es el fondo y que este ahora es tu nuevo bajo más alto. El problema de esto es que lo ha hecho cada vez que llega a nuevas zonas cada que llega a nuevas zonas bajas. ¿Y a qué me refiero con esto? Quiero que entiendan, vamos a ver macro porque si yo hubiera entendido cómo aplicar macro en el pasado con lo de BlackBerry, con lo de Apple, etcétera, hubiera hecho una cantidad ridícula de dinero. Y lo mismo con Tesla. Y aquí aplica igual. 1, Rivian está aquí abajo, sigue vendiendo coches, no hay malas noticias, Volkswagen ya les dio dinero, etcétera. ¿Qué es lo que están planeando y lo que estaban pensando? Que a fin de este año, que es básicamente esta vela que sigue, iban a poder lograr tener márgenes positivos en cada una de las ventas de sus coches. ¿Qué fue la realidad que pasó? Rivian ajustó sus expectativas de cuántos coches iban a entregar, que bajó de 57,000, que por cierto, eso bajó el año pasado de 67,000 a 57,000, de 57,000 las bajaron a 49,000 y es donde estamos. Cuando creas menos del mismo producto, y aquí es donde estamos, el precio está aquí con esas noticias, pero cuando creas menos del mismo producto, ¿qué es lo que pasa? Y sobre todo en este tipo de industria, el producto vale más. Eso quiere decir que sus márgenes no van a ser positivos. Todavía no dan esa mala noticia. En mi punto de vista, esa noticia es la que nos va a llevar. Aquí puede haber un rebotito, lo que quieras, ¿no? Pero esa noticia nos debería de llevar a hacer algo así. Eso es lo que yo estoy pensando y lo que estoy viendo con Rivian. Ahora, vamos a quedarnos y analizar solamente técnicos. Este es un gráfico semanal. Podemos ver, estamos bastante por debajo. Estamos creando una formación de bajos y un bajo más alto. Aquí es donde queremos consolidar. Quieres consolidar en esta zona por una razón sencilla, porque esto va a ayudar a que todos tus promedios que puedes ver acá bajen. Una vez que bajen y empieces tu movimiento hacia arriba y sobre todo teniendo todos los promedios juntos, no tan separados, eso va a empezar a darte la seguridad del movimiento cuando se dé y sobre todo con la expansión de la volatilidad. En la diaria estamos viendo un poco de lo mismo. Puedes ver como el 9 siempre es una buena zona para hacer shorts y el rechazo te lo ha jugado bastante bien. Si entraste aquí en 10.75, hiciste que es un casi 10% en este bajón tan sencillito en esto. Tienes 1, cruce plateado a la baja que se dio aquí atrás, vienes bajando, el 9 está muy abajo del 21 y puedes ver cómo el 21 está en los 11.26, pero la magia es esta línea de los 12, porque converge también con esta línea meme y lo que yo personalmente creo que le gusta hacer a Rivian es esto, ¿ok? Va a decirte que se va a ir para acá arriba. Y lo que va a pasar cuando llegue acá es que todo el mundo va a decir, no mames, ya rompimos este bajo, vamos a romperla y nos vamos hasta al cielo, etcétera. Y lo que va a pasar va a ser un rechazo que nos lleve más abajo. Esto ha pasado una y otra vez con Rivian. Entonces, lo que hace el precio es, le gusta consolidar, dándonos la idea de que, ok, ese ya fue el bajo. Y esto que estamos viviendo lo vimos antes. Lo tuvimos cuando el precio estaba en $17, que bajó a $12. ¿Eso cuándo fue? Acá. Fue en este movimiento de los 15 $15 a los 16 que dijimos, ya, aquí no vuelve a bajar. Todo esto está formando nuevos altos, etcétera, y te dio este bajón hasta los $10. Porque esto te estaba dando la idea a que ibas a buscar un nuevo alto, porque es más alto que estos, es más alto que estos, dentro de la tendencia sobre todo no lo rompe, y que acabó siendo palo. Te hacen a la idea de que esto va a ser la consolidación, la última antes de la subida y te dan la bajada. Luego, la otra consolidación en este nivel de los 10 a los $13, te la dio una vez más y la bajada. Entonces, yo estoy esperando un poco de lo mismo en esta zona. No tengo prisa por entrar en este momento a Rivian. Las noticias buenas todavía no vienen y falta bastante tiempo. Vale, yo creo que vamos a empezar con Bitcoin, pero ahorita voy a hacer rápido un shameless plug para todos ustedes. Ok, perfecto. Ok, y antes de eso, para todos los que se quieran animar a darse una vuelta a nuestro Discord, como de que no, les voy a dejar un segundo. Los invitamos acá al Discord, cómo no, de Elite Trading Academy. Ya saben, si quieren unirse, está aquí en la descripción de abajo. Si quieren tradear con nosotros en nuestros exchanges, que son de futuros, donde nosotros ahorita entramos en Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana. Lo pueden hacer aquí en BitGet, se meten simplemente a Partners. En Partners, aquí te va a aparecer el enlace de BitGet, el enlace de Bluffin. Estos son exchanges. Nuestros exchanges, BitGet, por ejemplo, es aceptado en todo el mundo menos en Estados Unidos. Y Bluffin es en todo el mundo junto con Estados Unidos. BitGet te pide identificación, Bluffin no te pide identificación para que sepan lo que se están metiendo. Y aquí les dejamos el enlace de TradingView también por si quieren algunos dólares de descuento si es que entran en algún programa o que no. Pero TradingView debería de ser gratis para todos ustedes usarlo, solamente si se vuelven más avanzados, aquí está un descuento para que lo puedan aprovechar. También vengan a decir hola en el chat general, aquí anda todo el mundo, aquí vengan a pedir tablas, como de que no, vénganse a dar un análisis, una vuelta al análisis de Alex, una vuelta al análisis de Farhan, también tenemos noticias, si tienen preguntas, es bastante fácil de usar y ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. All right, Farhan, you ready? Y todo está en la descripción de abajo, ¿eh?
Upstart?
No. Let's do Bitcoin now.
Oh, right,
Or do
right.
you want to do Upstart?
No, I
If
got
you
it.
have it already.
No, I'll switch to Bitcoin. Okay, we want to do Bitcoin.
The Bitcoin. You're going to love your Bitcoin. What a great little tool that is, the Bitcoin.
All right. So what we were looking at on Friday before we close it off was the daily hidden bullish divergence which was playing out on Bitcoin. Now that we've confirmed it, we're getting our move up to the
Wait,
top 38.2%.
You think you're sharing your screen?
Oh, I didn't share my screen. I'm retarded. All right. So that divergence is playing out currently. We got our move to the top 38.2%, but we're still not finding much resistance in this area. So I'm thinking next we would go towards this top 50%, which is currently at $67,000. Our HPDR momentum is pointed now sharply up towards the upside. We're still at only 41%, so we still have a good amount to go before we top out somewhere in the high 60s to 70% area. Our volatility is flipped up as well, and it's basing off of this moving average. Now this is in the 41% territory for volatility, so we still have a good amount more to go before this is even topped out. So that does support the idea of this move on the upside on the daily, continuing until we hit our next resistance area. Switch to the monthly. On the monthly right now, we are breaking up above this 50% area on the HPDR, which is right now at 65,962. So if we get a close over this, our statistical probability is hitting the bottom 38.2%. And right now that bottom 38.2% is at new all-time highs at 74,432. So if we were to hit this area at like anywhere new all-time highs, I have a strong feeling that we're not going to stop there and we're going to go significantly higher from there. Right now, that would give us a target of the median. The median is very high on price action right now. This is going to come down after the next monthly open. I don't know where it's going to come down to after the next monthly open, but right now it's at $113,746. It's probably going to come down somewhere towards the 80s, towards 90s, if I were to have to guess. Because right now our momentum is at the reset levels, is breaking down into negative territory on the monthly, while volatility is flipped up. So we'd want to see happen on the next monthly open is this momentum start flipping back up in support of volatility. And then from there, we can see that move to the median happening. Because if our momentum is still pointed down, it's very unlikely that we go all the way up towards the median. How's the quarterly? Quarterly is actually looking very strong as well. Quarterly gave us this doji last quarter and held this 5 EMA. This quarter, we tested down exactly towards the 5 EMA, which we found basically our low so far. And now we're getting expansion towards the median. The quarterly median is at the exact same number as the monthly median. That's very interesting at $113,015. That number is
monthly and quarterly, huh?
Yeah, that number now does have more significance. 113, that's a nice number.
When are the elections?
November 5th.
Okay.
So less than a month now.
3 weeks to go.
Yep, then we find out who the next president is.
Well, mostly I wonder if the market's going to correct that right after.
we find out if we get communism or if we continue to succeed.
Oh, well, I'm just going to go like this. That's it, on a flat line. Because, I mean, Trump should win, like just realistically speaking. But let's just say that the people in charge don't want to go anywhere.
The Dominion machines.
Yeah, they don't want to go anywhere.
Let's see. Right now on the weekly, we are getting a bounce exactly off of the median, and then from there we're getting a lot of expansion off of the median. Right now, our weekly HPDR momentum did freshly turn back up, and it's strongly pointed up, whereas volatility is still a little sideways. So if we do get this second close over the median, our volatility is going to be in support of the momentum towards the upside. But as of right now, we do have a statistical probability of coming up towards this meme line I have drawn right here, which is our 2021 cycle highs at $69,000. Very nice number. And then from which we should find some resistance here. Very, very likely we're going to find some resistance here. But I'm not sure if we're going to completely reject it and get a short-term correction, or if we get some resistance and then we get through it. Based off of the HPDR, that would tell us we have a 61.8% chance of going through it after finding some resistance and finding a top somewhere around this 38.2. And right now, this 38.2 is at, I believe, current all-time highs at 73,768. Yeah, right at current all-time highs. And once again, once we get to current all-time highs, maybe we find, like very likely, we find some rejection there, consolidate, pull back down towards this meme line at 69,000. From there, I feel like it will only be a short-term consolidation before we end up blasting through that and going towards the 61.8%, which is somewhere around that $80,000 area. On the 2-day right now as well, we're about to get our close in 8 hours, 59 minutes over this median. And our momentum is also pointed sharply towards the upside. So if we get a close over this median in 2 hours, volatility is going to start flipping back up from extreme lows as well. And then we're very likely to hit these 61.8%, which right now is also at right around current all-time highs at $74,097. Okay, now we will switch to the RSI.
By the way, what a cunt, Bitcoin on the daily, making a top at 62,243, just like fucking $2 away from like the last high. It's just a cunt.
Yeah, it's like it knows that it's trading itself very technically. It knows where to elevate you.
It's like, no, I'm not going to give those motherfuckers any hope whatsoever. I'm just going to leave it here so that they all think it's over. But then I'm going to do whatever the fuck they expect the least. Good for you, Bitcoin. Good for you.
It knows that that people are trading with technicals now.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, they really do. You can tell.
Weekly still has that bullish divergence, which is still continuing to play out. And our next target is that bullish control zone. And right now, that number is sitting at 75,133. 3-day just put in a fresh drive of regular bullish divergence. We're already breaking into the bullish control zone, which is right now at 65,000. Our next target from here is the bullish critical zone. That number right now is 86,900. It's going to come down after the next couple of closes, but right now it's at 86.9. 2-day. And then there's that 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence from Friday right now on the daily. And not only that, but do you also see this little formation right here?
Yep.
Inverse head and shoulders on the RSI on the daily as well. That would give us a measured move of the bullish control zone. Right now, the bullish control zone sits at 66,891. So that's not that far away from price action right now. But then the next target, the bullish critical zone, would be around $80,000. And with this inverse head and shoulders and this multiple tries of hidden bullish divergence, we probably touch the bullish critical zone. And that number right now is at 80,000. Let's see if there's any divergences on Tether. That'd be nice to see.
Some really bearish divergences.
Oh, quarterly still has that hidden bullish divergence. With the quarterly still rejecting the 9. So as long as it's rejecting the 9, then the divergence is not going to play out. But if it does accept over the 9, then this divergence is very sharply going to play out. And this is going towards like high 8s. That's crazy. Oh, right here on the 5-day, we're about to confirm another drive of bearish divergence on Tether. This is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 drives of bearish divergence on Tether, and volatility is expanding from like very, very low levels. It went all the way down to 10%. Now it's at all the way up to 17% and starting to expand. So if we get this bearish divergence confirmed, volatility does expand. This is going to break well into the bearish control zone, probably going to touch the bearish critical zone. Right now, the bearish critical zone is at 2.31%. And that would give us, with the divergence, let's see, probably break down towards at least this area right here, which is right around that 4% number. Let's see if I draw.
That'd be fucking fantastic.
Yeah, so we'd want to get a close below this 50% to confirm that. That 50% is right around at 5.28%. So we're very, very close to that. If we get a close below that 50%, then we would break down towards. Right now, this fib is giving me a target which is slightly lower than the RSI is giving. The RSI is right around 2.3%. This is giving one of 1.94%. Probably not going to hit this. Probably going to be more accurate with the RSI number, which causes this to go up slightly. But right around that 2% is I'm getting on a different setup as well. And 2% on Tether dominance would be a very significant move on Bitcoin towards the upside. That's invalidated. And daily has multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence on Tether. So our first target is going to be the bearish control zone. That number is at 5.13%, which would then in turn confirm that setup that we had on the, I believe it was the 5-day, yeah. It was a 5-day. It would confirm that 5-day setup where if the daily hidden bearish divergence continues to play out. Stochastic momentum. So now we do have volatility starting to sort of expand on the 2-week, where we had like the longest period of zero volatility we've ever had in Bitcoin history on the 2-week. Now it's going from 0% to 2%. We have confirmed volatility expansion over 15%. And as of right now, stochastic momentum on the 2-week is pointed up as long as price is above $63,814. The last time we ever had a setup even similar to this was right around here. And when it fired off was right around October of 2023, when price went from about $26,600 all the way up to $73,000, and momentum was flipped up from within the bullish control zone. So right now we're even lower on momentum. So if we were to flip up from here, we have a lot more room to go before momentum tops out like it did before. So I'm not saying that we're going to get that 180% move again, but theoretically, like based on technicals. Yeah, we're going to get a very similar expansion to that. Probably not going to be 180%, but it's going to be a very significant number.
Even if he does 100%, that's 130 grand.
Yeah, that's the fucking insane. And this type of a move usually gives us more than 50 or more than 100%. Like it did it over here. It gave us I believe 180%. And then from here, this was not even close to as powerful of a move, because we didn't have zero volatility, and we did from about 84%, 90% actually, 90% of a bounce, and we didn't even have zero volatility, and we only went towards 48%. So 90% move from there with volatility not even comparable to as low as it is now. Probably we get a move bigger than 90%. I'm just saying probably.
Mm-hmm.
Over here, we didn't have zero volatility. We didn't even get close to zero volatility. And we had...
Oh, that was crazy.
525%. Holy shit. So right here, this is going to be a very, very, very powerful move once this confirms and it takes over 15%. Let's check the... Monthly is also going to flip up as long as price is over 65,850, and then monthly is going to be flipped back up, maintaining the bullish critical zone. Let's see if we can find the previous instance of where that happened. Happened right here, where monthly maintained the bullish critical zone. Let's see. The price was so low back then; it's so hard to see. Okay, so it did it right over here, and then it topped out. Oh shit. That's a massive move. 3,384%. Shit.
80%, I think we're all like consider served at this point.
And we're getting that same type of reaction here where we got it there, where momentum flipped back up within the bullish critical zone. We're getting that right here as well. Momentum is going to flip up as long as price is above $65,850, which we're slightly above right now by like a ball sack here. Weekly momentum is pointed up as long as price is above 57,550, which is where it's very strongly above at this moment. And we're going to break into the bullish critical zone on the weekly as well. I don't see how we don't hit at the very least hit this meme line from here, which is around $69,000. 5-day pointed up as long as price is above $60,925, and volatility is now starting to expand as well. So this setup is very likely going to play off, which is that 85% chance of 30 to 35% move in the direction of this momentum, which right now is pointed up. Let's see where we would take our volatility expansion from. Right there. That gives us somewhere around 78,500 to around $81,000 roughly for the average move. 78.5 to 81,000, which we have an 85% chance of as long as price is above 60,918. And now we have volatility expansion as well, where volatility is over 15% and it's closing over 15%. It's at 17.46 currently. 2 days freshly turning up as well. It's going to close in 8 hours and 48 minutes as long as price is above $63,575. That's going to maintain the bullish control zone. The last time we had a flip up of the 2 day was right in September of 2024, right before we got our bounce from 58,000 all the way up to 66,000. Did we get a bounce from this area before? Let's see. I don't think we did right there. This is the similar thing that we're getting right now. We're flipping back up and maintaining the bullish control zone. And we got a bounce of 80.5% from there.
That's the one we need.
Yeah, that 80% bounce to give us that, take us well over $100,000, and we're set. Daily is also pointed up above $60,260. So as of right now, Bitcoin is looking extremely strong. I'm thinking it goes up towards that 2021 cycle high around 69,000 to 69,400, 420. From there, we might reject a little bit, but I feel like the weekly candle after the rejection is over and the consolidation is over, I feel like we're going to go up towards 70,000s. And then from there, probably we get consolidation at previous all-time highs, and I think 80 from there.
Hopefully we'll just get the quick move right now the next 3 weeks. That's what I'm hoping for. That would be too perfect for good old Alejandro. Would be really happy if that happened. If we just get the mega fucking pump that we got like 2019 to $20,000, and that just happened in 3 days, and everybody's like, "What the fuck?" I'd be really happy with that.
They could put it one of those Bitcoin moves where it doesn't want anybody to get on board, and it just shoots straight up to $80,000.
Well, I think,
kind of what we're seeing, just green dildos up.
That's exactly it. That would be the right move to not let anybody get in right now. Because if he just keeps consolidating little by little, then everyone's in it. But if he just goes up, then it fucks everyone that's not in, which would be great because we're in. And we can just take our payout. wait for the elections, be done, see if America destroys itself, go get some mojitos to the beach, and then by the time we come back, we can replay it again.
Sounds
You want to
good.
do yours, Alex?
Yeah, I'll share a little bit. Yeah, it sounds like a whole plan. How about that, Alejandro?
Yeah, dude, come on. I always come up with these really smart plans.
Make my mojito a double, please.
Oh, you got it. Yo,
Yeah.
of course. By the way, of course, you got it.
Oh, that's funny. So, yeah, I mean, Bitcoin bears, they tried and they just couldn't. And so, like, this was something I was mentioning where we just want the back test of the 2-day USC dominance reclaimed its 2-day estimate 200. I was watching for at least a back test up there. We see, basically the closure around October 11th. This is essentially when we full on lost it. This is also when Bitcoin on its 2-day reclaimed its 9. To me, that was kind of the sign. Also, on top of it, bears just could not basically break us too far away from this EMA 100. Lots of chop ensued, the last 2 weeks. And that's why I was kind of just recommending that we just view it on a 2-day, because with the 2-day, we see once we reclaim that EMA 100, even wicking down to it, which, was annoying. We still never lost it. And so currently where we're at now is we do have resistance at 65,600. To me, this will be a big spot for Bitcoin. If it can hold and actually consolidate above, then it opens up to exactly what Farn is saying, where I do think we're going to get a nice move to that 2021 market cycle high. There is going to be a very big decision for Bitcoin. I do think, though, and this is just pure opinion, I do think if we do end up going back to that 69K, even 70K, I do think we have a huge chance of breaking above that, essentially, just simply because of how many times we've rejected that area. I do think that if we end up coming back above 69K, we'll actually break above it this time. But regardless, I still want to be mindful that there is resistance I have at least right around the zone, which we are cleanly above now. I just want to see where this daily is closing. One thing to note on this daily is, this expansion from 2% all the way now above, it's now at 19%, tells us that this move still has a lot of legs to go. It has a lot of momentum. Bulls can easily take this to the market cycle high. And that's why I really wouldn't be, it wouldn't be crazy to me to really like see a Bitcoin move where we just simply go up, consolidate, and then up again. And that kind of leads into what Farn was saying, where it just leaves people, waiting for a pullback or waiting to get positions sidelined. Especially when we see momentum this low, expanding on the daily. It didn't hit extremes, but we do know we have a lot of setups brewing. Actually, we have a 2-week setup, which we know has only fired off one other time, right in this zone, or no, right in October. And now we're getting that again. And it's welcoming to see that. Overall, in the lower timeframes, there's been a lot of chop. But if we just view Bitcoin on the weekly again, we still never lost to 9. That is something that, we were really trying to look for into, that basically the last weekly closure. And we see bulls defended that nicely again, bounced off the 34, closed above the 9. And that just basically gives them the upper hand, especially the fact that we just weren't losing that 2-day EMA 100. Lots of chop again. That's why when we're getting this much chop on the daily, and I'll show where we're breaking above, then deviating, losing that EMA 100, rejecting it, and then breaking back above, rejecting that SMA 200, closing back below it. This makes it hard to trade. That's why when you're getting that much chop, the 2-day kind of makes it a lot more nicer, and it is welcoming to see. So we are getting a pullback in the zone. The trend is still very much up though, and that is something that we did talk about when that trend broke. Basically happened on the weekly. The idea was bulls are looking for that higher low. Considering after we broke this last lower high, we were supposed to be on a higher low watch. But I will say, Bitcoin and crypto was looking pretty sticky, especially on Friday. So it is welcoming to see, essentially bulls are stepping in on Bitcoin. Tether dominance is not looking the best. we are approaching support. If we don't bounce at this 5.33%, the next support zone is 5.2%, 5.24%. And then if we don't hold that 5.2%, big moves down happen from that zone. And so that could lead us into a big expansion move if we start losing that 5.2%, which could line up with actually Bitcoin breaking out and potentially firing off that 2-week signal. But that's
Sorry, Alex. On USDT dominance, can you turn on the Bollinger Bands? That shit must be fucking tight as fuck right now.
Let's check that out. So go to indicators. I already have them set here, so I'll just put them on. And so let's check that out. Let me get this off, just kind of make it more clean. And so the weekly, and it still is, it's pinching, so it's contracting still, and that's kind of what we see with this weekly BBWP is it still can come down more. I do think then when we start going more on like, let's check the 2-day, it starts becoming more clear where it is, starting to get tight. Not full blown pinching here, like what we see, but it is starting to contract. And actually tether dominance is starting to actually move to the downside. We haven't broken it yet. And that's why this zone here is going to be pretty key for tether dominance, in my opinion, which is lining up nicely with the lower band, right at that 5.13%. The daily is probably a lot more tighter. Yeah, it is. And so we actually do see this daily is pinching. We have a bias, though, to this breaking down. Why? Well, because we're getting that expansion on BBWP. And so for me now, if we don't get a bounce here, and we keep seeing this expand while tether dominance is looking, as bearish as it is, we see it's, rejecting that's 9 pretty nicely now, along with that meme line support. This expanding to the downside, breaking down easily can get us back to that 4.6%, 4.7%, which would be a pretty massive move. And we'd also be breaking this meme diagonal we've been holding for a very long time. I do agree. The weekly on the Bollinger Bands on the weekly could get a lot tighter, but this daily is actually looking interesting, and it's actually matching up with our zones pretty nicely right now, with the mid right here, the top right at that zone, and then the bottom right here. So the way this stands, this is definitely looking like it wants to break down a lot more. And we just get that simply based off how we're rejecting all the major moving averages. So the 100 there, we're now closing below there, and we see that the 200 is approaching. So ideally, if we end up breaking down and bulls don't hold this SMA 200, this will be my indicator that we're probably going to get a major breakdown on tether dominance, which could be more confluence to a bigger move on Bitcoin. Until then, though, we are healthily above resistance now. Big resistance as well. The 65,700 is a pretty big level. And Bitcoin is doing that corn thing. It's doing the corn thing in the sense that it really has been chopping people out. Even I got bearish on Friday. I think it was Friday, I believe so. But we mentioned that we want to see this weekly 9 actually get lost. It just hasn't happened. And so while people short and they're stacking into here, really the higher time frames like the monthly and the weekly, really not much has changed since we reclaimed that 9. And that is something I mentioned to be mindful of. And now it's welcoming to see that the weekly momentum pivots up, the 2 weeks up, the 5 days up. So it's giving us a really strong bias now that this bigger move could be to the upside. One other point, and I guess I'll bring this up. My friend, I mentioned it in our group chat. I'll put this on. My friend Matthew actually brought this to me on Friday. And it's actually moving with it's based on the simple moving averages. He views the 43 and the 10. I don't view these at all, but I do think, right, since we're talking about how much this looks just like October and how we could get a bigger move. I thought it was kind of interesting to me because if we go and correlate the 43 SMA with the 10 SMA on the daily, it kind of actually looks very similar. And this is something he was mentioning. So if we go here and we see this is representing October, we can see when we got the big move on October, and remember, I don't use these, but I do think that this looks interesting. We got the major breakdown. We see here, we immediately deviated and got a major squeeze up. We rejected here. This is the 43 SMA. And then we even fell back below here. We then slowly trekked up again after reclaiming that 10 SMA. And then we again topped out, fell below, and it wasn't until we blasted through that. Basically, it was the 40. Was it the 10? Yeah, it was the 10 SMA. That's when we got our massive expansion up. And now what we see here is if we go back to this zone that we're at, it looks very similar. So we got we essentially got a major breakdown. We were below it. We reclaimed the 10. We came up. We rejected this, deviated down, shot up, deviated based off this 43, and then as soon as we broke through the 10 again, it's kind of been up only. So it's just more confluence of why this is looking more like October. Not only are we getting that same, BBWP signal that we got in October, but different things on the chart are definitely signaling that to me. And so currently, I do think that we have to watch today's, close. I do think that it'll be important. I want to see basically the 65,700 get reclaimed. If it does, yeah, I do think then we'll easily go up to the 69K resistance. We have to be mindful though, this is kind of the spot where bears want to start rejecting us. It doesn't seem likely, but if we end up not closing back above this 65,600, I then will be convinced that we'll probably go and retest this SMA 200 on the daily. We see the last 2 times we've done that, we weren't able to hold it. Even 3 times here, we just weren't able to hold it. And so this to me would be the logical long trigger to me is if we don't end up closing back above 65,700, I'll be looking for a throwback very quickly to actually test this daily 9 and this SMA 200. I'd expect a bigger bounce there, and then that move could take us easily to the 69K, assuming we don't close today above the 65,700. So Bitcoin's looking good though, and BBWP is expanding on the daily. So looking for a pullback to me is hopium at this point because this move is firing off, and the bulls have the upper hand now, especially with this major move on tether dominance. But we also know that we are approaching some support here, if not even just looking at this daily SMA 200. So do we hit that SMA 200 before a major, before at least we get some kind of mean reversion bounce and a pullback? Maybe, and that could actually line up with that 69K just getting hit before anything else. But last thing I want to just talk about CME. We do see, we've had this channel here. We saw the deviation to reclaim, quick SFP, immediately then hit the top of our channel, started basing on this mid band here that we had, this mid channel. Now we're getting the expansion up. That's why today's closure is actually going to be very interesting to me because, this line here has represented the last rejection high. Would I be ideal to get above there? But it is a very nice tick for bulls if we actually can start breaking above this channel here. This channel was formed back in the beginning of this year. We've been kind of basically respecting it on the daily. Closing back above here while we're getting, momentum resetting and expanding. We're getting tether dominance looking as bad as it is. We're getting a 2-week setup. We're getting that 43 SMA and 10 SMA looking exactly how it looked back in October. I have to then look at if we get a closure above here, this could then lead us to a bigger move up. We just would want this to hold. So, this closure is pretty key to me today. If we can end up closing back above here and also Bitcoin closes back above the 65,700 level, then I'll be more in the camp that we're probably not going to get a pullback. And we're probably going to do that Bitcoin move where it just kind of goes up only. And then the 69K will be a massive spot. Just like I said, in my opinion, I do think it'll break though. And then Bitcoin dominance, I just want to mention, it is getting the bounce that we talked about. This is just more in the favor of bulls though. Because Bitcoin, we were talking about the scenario where Bitcoin dominance can go up, Bitcoin can go down, which decimates ETH and alt. We're getting, what's kind of been happening, at least back in 2023, where Bitcoin dominance surges up and it's leading into Bitcoin moving bullishly. My next target is 59.7%. So still has a ways to go, which again is lining up with Bitcoin probably has more upside, and tether dominance still has a little more downside. So I like the confluence on me and Farnab. That 69K is not only a nice number, but it matches up nicely with that 2021 market cycle high. But then also it's lining up nicely with the median, and it's a big level for Bitcoin. I mean, that was the last major rejection point, is right when we got to that zone. So it's crazy how quick things can churn now on Bitcoin.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And especially now, considering that 2021, we were looking at $64,000, and that was like an all-time high. And we were like, that's fucking incredible. And right now we're just there. And it's like, whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that should say something.
It is interesting. I always tell myself that, like, we're bored at a 60K Bitcoin. I remember, 2 years ago, this would be an insane, 3 years ago, that'd be an insane thing if we were at 60K Bitcoin. It's just funny how psychology evolves with time. The fact that now 49K Bitcoin is just terrible. That's
it's like death.
It's hilarious to me. We've been watching Bitcoin for years, so it's just funny how that happens, and the psychology in real time evolves.
Even people that are not trading all the time are looking at it like, it's only like 65 grand. Those people like 2 years ago would have heard that and they'd be like shitting their pants. And now it's just like, it's just a 65 grand. But it is, and it's actually 66, which is really nice. All righty. Farhan, I had given you Upstart, and then for you, Alex, XOM. I believe that's Exxon, right?
Yeah, Exxon.
Yeah.
Okay. Vale, vamos a hacer el análisis de Bitcoin, tíos. Aquí lo tienen. Esto, quiero que sepan algo para empezar. La psicología de todo esto es una locura. El hecho de que estamos en $66,000 y que a nadie le importe, porque hace 3 años, cuando llegamos por primera vez a los $64,000 en la primera zona del año, antes de irnos a los 69,000 en la segunda, que fue el famoso noviembre del 2021, la gente estaba vuelta loca. Y ahorita es de, me da igual, güey, está en $66,000. Interesante eso, que saber. Otra cosa, el movimiento, habíamos platicado de que octubre 7 nos recordaba del 2023, muchísimo a esta zona donde estamos ahorita. El viernes estábamos viendo si el mercado se iba a desplomar, estábamos tomando nota pensando, bueno, si llegamos a romper por acá, nos vamos, abrimos un cortito y nos sacó. No pasa nada, 5% de la posición al caño, pero instantáneamente después abrimos un long. Y ese long nos llevó hasta acá y hemos hecho bastante más, mucho más en esta subida que lo que se perdió. Así que nunca puedes tener demasiado cuidado con tus planes. Ten entradas limpias, ten entradas concretas, ten salidas limpias y concretas también para saber dónde estás invalidando tus ideas. No se equivoquen. Otra cosa interesante es este movimiento de consolidación lleva desde marzo del 2024, lo que lo pone básicamente en un movimiento de 6-7 meses, que es una locura de consolidación a este precio. Normalmente cuando tienes tanto intercambiando de manos y solamente moviéndose lateralmente, da a un pompazo. ¿Qué estamos viendo en este momento? Estamos viendo que la volatilidad de Bitcoin ha estado en la zona más baja que ha estado en no sé cuánto, en toda la historia en realidad, y está preparándose para dar un movimiento expansivo, y ese movimiento expansivo en este momento nos lo está reflejando la volatilidad, pero lo que nos está diciendo es que todavía tiene mucho más movimiento para adelante. Están viendo Bitcoin en la diaria, estamos en $66,000.54. Esta línea es bastante importante para el precio de Bitcoin en los 65,610. En la diaria queremos definitivamente cerrar arriba de ello, pero más a tener cuidado, y voy a quitar acá todo menos el 200, es esto. Una vez que estemos por encima del promedio de los 200, que es justamente lo que estamos haciendo sin tener desviaciones, y acá, para mí lo que me inspiró confianza es ver cuántas veces y qué tan pegado se está quedando este promedio. Me recuerda muchísimo el movimiento de Solana de los 90 hasta los 120. Es esta zona. Y ahora, ¿por qué es importante el promedio de los 200? Les voy a enseñar ahora. Nos vamos a echar para atrás y quiero que vean, una vez que tomas el promedio de los 200 definitivamente y con fuerza, y eso ocurrió ¿cuándo? Octubre del 2023, después del 7 de octubre del 2023, nos dio un movimiento hasta arriba de 163%. No estamos buscando el mismo tipo de movimiento. Lo que sí nos está diciendo el precio de Bitcoin y la volatilidad es que tiene demasiado juego para seguir subiendo. Nuestros primeros objetivos en tablas semanales, mensuales, etcétera, son los 68,338. Una vez rotos los 68,338 y establecer el nivel, tranquilamente nos podemos ir a retestear los máximos históricos que están por ahí de los 73,700, 74,000 dólares, dependiendo en qué exchange lo tengas. Por ahorita, ¿qué le pasó a mis promedios? A los... me voy a retirar, cabrones. Ya, no sé lo que estoy haciendo. Vimos que nunca perdimos el promedio de las 9. El promedio de las 9 está por encima del 21, lo que indica fuerza. Y no tenemos nada pero aire hasta el promedio de las 55 que está en 55,000, el de 100 que está en 47 y el 200 que está en los 40,000 dólares. Esto nos dice que estamos en una tendencia alcista que continúa y se ve potente y fuerte. Cuando volteamos a ver la mensual nos damos cuenta de lo lejos que estamos del promedio de la 9, que está por ahí de los 59,930, por lo que era una zona clave para nosotros de poder mantener, lo dijimos, siempre y cuando no rompamos para abajo, eso nos vamos a estar viendo muy, muy bien. Obviamente Bitcoin tiene que hacer la gatada de que va a bajar más de lo que esperas, pero siempre te lo hace un poquito más. Aquí pueden ver dónde queda nuestra línea y acá pueden ver exactamente dónde está hecho mierda todo. Donde aquí engañó a todo el mundo y dijo ya se va para abajo y nos venimos para arriba. Pero, sobre todo, importante en todas las tablas a corto plazo, largo plazo, etcétera, es esto, estar por encima de estos promedios, pero lo que estamos viendo en la diaria, y es donde estamos poniendo extra atención, es ese rebote en el 200 que está en 63,357. Eso probablemente venga a venir un retesteo. Podemos ver que lo rompimos y venimos a retestearlo, pero fallamos y caímos. Y esto ha pasado esto y esta vez también, y hasta esta vez también fue una desviación y volvió a salir y bajar el precio. Entonces, como hay bastante confluencia en la zona de 63,000, 63,200, no nos sorprendería ver eso que pase. Cualquier cosa debajo de 62,462 nos empezaría a preocupar, pero por ahora el poder mantener esta zona arriba de esta línea meme en 65,610 para que la tengan ustedes también, continuar acá, eso nos daría continuación y lo valida la volatilidad del precio al movimiento expansivo. Eso quiere decir que la volatilidad, que no está tan expandida, ¿no? Porque la volatilidad expande la fuerza de la volatilidad, todavía tiene para subir bastante más con el mismo movimiento en el que está en este momento. No me sorprendería si, por ejemplo, si Bitcoin hoy pone un 10% en total, que ahorita está simplemente arriba 5,06%, no nos sorprendería a nadie. Creemos que eso lo puede hacer tranquilamente y sin ningún problema y seguiría sin ser sobrecomprado. Entonces, bastante fuerza acá. Lo vimos también con la dominancia de Tether. Vean el velón para abajo, la volatilidad, cómo se juntaron todos los promedios por acá. El 21 ya bajó abajo el 55, lo que nos da en la diaria un cruce plateado a la baja, un rechazo de la 9 y nos está tirando por acá. Nuestro siguiente objetivo a romper si somos alcistas en Bitcoin son los 5,21% y el promedio de las 200 viene justamente en 5,12%, lo que nos hace pensar que muy probablemente vayamos a visitar ese promedio de las 200, además de que acá tienes un hombro, cabeza, hombro. Si tomamos la parte de abajo, esta estructura acá, acá, y acá podríamos hacer esto. Vamos a ver cómo se vería este movimiento rápidamente para medirlo. A ver qué resultado nos da. Y digamos que lo rompes hoy, ¿no? O ayer. Eso nos llevaría a 3,98%, que coincide con ¿qué es esto? Nuestro nivel aquí abajo. No sé por qué coincide con el nivel que pinté, pero coincide tal cual y también tenemos obviamente segunda confluencia con el 3,78% y esto lo haría fácil simplemente rompiendo esto a la baja y Bitcoin podría lograr los objetivos a los que estamos diciendo en ese momento. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Bitcoin para todos ustedes bastante bien, mucha fuerza, buena volatilidad de nuestro lado, etcétera. Eder nos pide, para empezar, muy, muy feliz cumpleaños, mi queridísimo Julio. Pásala bien, cabrón. Upstart. Is that the one you're doing, Farhan? Is that what I said?
Yep.
Okay. Good. I'm not so lost. Good.
Is this cat about to jump on the table? No. Bad cat.
No, bad kitty.
All right, so right now on Upstart on the monthly, the HPDR momentum is breaking into strongly into the bullish control zone, and volatility is supporting it as well. The Jewel is also, for the first time ever, since we don't have that much data, flipping out of the bearish control zone, and it's giving us this upwards light blue cyan posturing. So that's looking very nice as well. We have two closes over the 21, and then we started basing off of it and flipped the 21 into support. Whereas previously we had difficulty getting even maintaining even one close over the 21. We immediately lost it right afterwards. Now we have two closes over, and we're using it as support, and we're getting continuation towards the upside. So as of right now, because we would be breaking these previous lower highs, I'd be looking at somewhere around this breakdown point as our next target, which is right around $110 to maybe $111, which would also line up with our 88.3% on the HPDR. I don't think it blasts right past this area immediately, though. I'm guessing it finds some type of resistance right around here, pulls back, consolidates, because we're going to be at such extreme ranges on the HPDR. I'm thinking these ranges move up while this consolidates, finds a new base, like somewhere around here where you made a base, and then it continues upwards towards these targets, these higher targets right around like somewhere anywhere from $200 to high 300s, like 340s, 350s, some area like that. But I would be expecting a consolidation while the ranges move up. Preferably, we'd want to move back into this blue 38.2% zone. So we want this zone to move all the way up to where price action is at that zone area at that time. We make a base right around that 38.2, then we can move up towards the next 88.3. And by that point, the 88.3 is probably going to be somewhere in that $300 zone. Weekly is about a tap to 50%. It already has tapped to 50%, and we're finding some resistance right there. You normally would expect to find resistance right around the 50% because it takes a significant amount of momentum to blast right through to the 61.8. So right here is a natural place to find resistance. And right now we're getting momentum on the HPDR flipping back up and crossing over the moving average once again. And it's about to enter the bullish control zone, while volatility is also freshly crossing back up as well. And the Jewel's giving us one more of those curvatures upwards with the slight blue cyan coloring within the bullish control zone. So that supports the idea that we would, after this initial rejection of the 50%, that we would get a continued move up to maybe tap this the starting of this 200 SMA right here, this little pink dot. And that would also be a push up to our 78.6%. That's somewhere between $70 and $77 roughly. With how low our momentum is flipping up from and volatility is, though, I would think that $70 to $77 move would be very probable to happen.
There's also a gap close there.
Is there?
Yeah, on the daily.
I see. Switch to the 2-day first. 2-day is nearing extreme areas right now. We're just over the 78.6%. Our momentum is nearing pretty high areas. It's like 80%. This thing likes to top out in the 90s, so we still could go a little bit higher before momentum is fully tapped out. And volatility is getting pretty high as well. But we still could go a little bit higher while volatility taps out. And right now on the Jewel, we're getting the pink basing off of the light blue cyan, and the yellow is right next to the pink while they're all, the blue is above everything else. So this is a very, very nice Jewel signal right here, right within the bullish control zone as well. So you would expect this to continue up towards the upside while this Jewel is looking like this, and we still have some room to go on our momentum and volatility. I could see it reaching the 95% based off of a setup like that, and that would be somewhere around the devil's number of 6663.
Great.
All right, here's that. Is there more to the left? The gap?
The gap is on the daily, and it's it happened on May 2022.
Oh, I see. Yeah. You got the gap right up there at $76.
Mm-hmm.
And that lines right up with our previous HPDR number. Was it on the weekly?
I think it was the weekly.
Yeah, the weekly. Weekly 78.6% lines right up with that gap fill. That makes a lot of sense to go directly to the 78.6% with our momentum flipping up from this low and volatility flipping up from this low. That's very interesting. We have that gap right there.
Lots of confluence right there.
All right, now let's check the RSI. Monthly does have bullish divergence in play right now, and it will be invalidated if we close below $31.92. As of now, this is still valid.
Wow.
We're entering into the bullish control zone right now, which would be our easy target for the divergence. The bullish control zone is at $52.14. But if we continue from here, our next target, this is going to in 17 hours and 17 days, 5 hours, this number is going to go down. But as of right now, it sits at $127.06. Where would that be in terms of price? That'd be right around this breakdown point. So that does make a lot of sense to retest this area and see if we can find continued buying interest from here. So this would just be another lower high in the macro. If we were to go up towards that bullish critical zone on the monthly, hit this breakdown area, make another lower high, and then we can just make another lower low. But if we get any type of close higher than, let's say, this point right here, $162, then this thing is probably making new all-time highs. But until then, we're just on higher lower high watch. Even that $27 number right here would just be a lower high. Weekly, nothing. 5 day, nothing. 3 day. 2 day has several drives with confirmed hidden bullish divergence in play. 1, 2, 3. Let's expand this chart. So as of right now, we've basically hit most of our targets on the divergence. We've hit the bullish control zone. We've basically touched the bullish critical zone. Bullish critical zone is at $59.40. Our high of this candle is 56. So we came pretty close. We didn't quite touch it, but I guess we could go a little bit higher to touch that $59.40, maybe $60 area. But from there, it would be very difficult to see price continue right away. I'm not saying it will not continue, but I'm thinking that at the very least, we see 1 or 2 days of consolidation while these numbers move up, and then we can expect continuation from there. Daily, not much. So overall, it is looking extremely strong. It's looking like that $76 number is showing up on multiple different setups. On the lower time frames, it is looking at like very extreme levels, kind of tapped out. So maybe we could go a little bit higher towards like 60, very low 60s. But I would expect some type of consolidation pullback there, maybe a day or two, possibly 3 or 4 days, and then I would expect eventual continuation towards $76 area.
Yeah, it makes sense. Just by looking at the chart, it does make total sense. Thank you so much, sir. That's Upstart. And I don't know why we had drawn this already. We talked about these lower highs, and this had this line, broke it up. And by the way, the target of this triangle is almost at this 94, which is interesting. XOM Disney. Let's
Disney
see how
for
many.
me?
Yes, sir. Let's see how many penises they're putting on girls on their movies on the charts.
I dare Disney to make a Tarzan movie and race swap it.
You can't do that. You can't do that. You would have to only make
No
it a female
diversity?
character.
No diversity? Come on.
No, they would do either an Asian guy, right? Or because this Asian guy is safe, or a woman. It would be Tarzana. And then no one would believe that. I'm sorry, ladies. I'm sorry. I already said Pretty Woman is more of a sci-fi movie than The Matrix. I believe that Neo can do all those things within The Matrix. I just don't believe a billionaire is going to fall in love with a hooker that he just met. I'm sorry. Okay? I'm just saying. I just had to drop that joke in there.
I haven't seen that movie.
Yeah,
Don't ever watch it.
Upstart looks clean now. I think that's from my chart because my chart looks the same as yours.
I'm sure. I'm sure.
It looks good though. It lines
Yeah.
up. Mine lines up too with what Farn was saying, like pull back maybe around here, $49, $50 could be an opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Probably around the $44, $45, which is probably going to coincide with this line soon.
Yeah.
for it to like, and also you have a little gap on the daily, so why not just come close and consolidate, continue, or just fucking break it directly.
It just goes to 76.
Yeah, to $1 billion. It's the biggest company in the world now. Upstart,
Why not?
fucking Nvidia. Why not? Let's go with it. It's Monday, boys. Anything can happen.
Didn't Disney make the last Matrix movie?
I don't know.
It's a
Pretty
Warner
sure
Brothers movie.
Because it was shit.
The last Matrix movie. It was. I just watched it. It was a shame.
It was dog shit.
And the Trinity, I know where he's now like yeah, don't get me into that, please. I love that series. Fuck that. Okay. Tenemos Upstart, damas y caballeros, y hemos estado viendo que Upstart, venimos de esto. Pueden ver, lo primero que les quiero enseñar la diaria, porque aquí tenemos un gap que no se ha cerrado todavía en esta zona, y aquí es donde puse esta línea meme, los 76.41, que lo pone perfectamente en sus ojos para que todos lo puedan ver. ¿Qué es lo primero que vemos? Venimos de, obviamente, máximos históricos lo logramos en $400. Upstart en este momento está literalmente tradeando casi 10 veces más barato en $54 en este momento. Pero, ¿qué es lo que hemos visto? Ya teníamos pintada este gráfico y estamos viendo este bajo, un bajo más alto y un bajo relativamente más alto. Lo que no habíamos visto era un alto más alto que este, pero lo acabamos de conseguir, lo podemos lograr, lo podemos ver acá. Y eso también rompió la presión de este triángulo y nos dio el movimiento a la alza. De acuerdo a todos los indicadores de volatilidad y momentum, lo que estamos viendo es que la volatilidad ya empezó también a estar bastante alta, pero todavía no a niveles máximos, lo que nos dice que probablemente, y aquí hay bastante confluencia, el promedio de los 200 en la semanal se encuentra en los $70.36. Lo que nos dice todo esto es que tenemos un objetivo por acá del 76. El objetivo del 76 viene cuando es en el HPDR, que estamos por encima de la media, estamos a punto o estamos rompiendo el 50% o a punto de romper el 50% y nos va a llevar al 68.3, 68.5%, no me acuerdo cuál exactamente es. Y ese número coincide con justamente esta zona entre los 70 y los 76. Acá va a ser la primera zona donde de verdad se ponga a testear el precio. Lo que nosotros creemos en este momento es que probablemente, porque en todas las temporalidades puedes ver cómo estás por encima del promedio de los 9, 21, 55. Lo único que tienes que cargarte es el promedio de las 200, que claramente no ha populado jamás en una tabla semanal, pero en tu tabla diaria puedes ver la fuerza que lleva y cómo todo está ya por debajo y expandiendo. Ahora, en la mensual, a ver si se me olvidó algo. En la mensual también un poco de lo mismo. Puedes ver cómo estás expandiendo después del retesteo de las 9, del 21, ni siquiera veniste a tocar el 9 y ahora está expandiendo el precio. Lo que pensamos es, va a haber consolidación, esto es la diaria. Vamos a tener consolidación justamente acá donde tienes este gap. Eso no nos sorprendería si esto hace algo así, ¿no? Entre todo esto. Y luego va a continuar el movimiento. No sabemos por cuánto tiempo vaya a consolidar, obviamente, pero sí pensamos que esto nos va a poder llevar a nuestro siguiente objetivo, que va a ser tranquilo los 60 y de ahí a los 76.41 y de ahí podría continuar su movimiento hasta los 94.54. Obviamente no se va a ir derecho. Pongan atención acá, tengan sus entradas, salidas bastante definidas. Y sepan cuál es su invalidación. Yo creo que su invalidación simplemente es romper acá en los 45.83. Pero bueno, cada quien, porque ahí está el promedio de las 9, coincide con este alto, etcétera. Y bueno, eso es Upstart, damas y caballeros. Vamos a ExxonMobil.
Nice. So I'm showing the quarterly. You know, we can see it was an okay quarterly. This line here at 118, 118 and 6 cents. Basically, it's been holding price down for a while. So it's welcoming to see a break above it. You know, but what I wanted to do on this quarterly is we saw last quarter, we essentially came all the way down and tested this 9, got a nice reaction from it. And so this chart is very bullish and it's still in a nice uptrend. You know, when we're going to, let's go to the monthly, why not? We see that this chart's solidly been holding its monthly EMA 21 since basically breaking out above it. The monthly 21 and 9 has been a nice point for this chart, as basically an opportunity zone. Through and through, it's basically holding, the levels that we would expect it to hold in extreme bull market conditions. Now it basically approaching extreme resistance. We're basically testing the April high that was formed right at $123.75. So we would expect some kind of pullback here. It makes sense. My question is, especially on a weekly, we see here that we got we got 2 weekly, we basically got two week weekly closures. That's a mouthful. Above this base $118 zone. Each time though, we've essentially lost it. We see that here it opened up actually the major downside. We lost it. And then here we closed above it, rejected, made that high in April, and then actually just fell below. And so my question will be for bulls, and this is something, we all should be asking, especially when we see momentum expanding. Are we actually going to test this $118 level? For me, it would make a lot of sense because it would test a lot of levels on a lot of different time frames. We see it would test that 2-week 9. That 2-week 9, we basically just recently broke above it. And so to me, it would make a lot of sense to at least go and test it at least one time. Bulls might be looking at this as maybe it's getting front ran, and it definitely could be. But this is closing in 4 days. And I'm more in the camp that we definitely could see a pullback here. But it is welcoming to see, especially on the 2-week. We're getting that expansion now. Now, granted, momentum didn't hit extremes. I mean, BBWP didn't hit extreme lows, but it is expanding. The momentum's expanding now after hitting a low of 9%. So that is telling me that this move has, legs to it, especially unlike this move here. Where we were already kind of taught pretty approaching extremes on momentum, whereas this one had a lot of time to base and actually reset. And so, pullback for me is more like the hopium scenario, because it wouldn't surprise me if we actually just kept going up. But I'm more in the camp that we're going to get a pullback, just because the more lower time frames you go, the more it becomes more, just clear that could happen. And this level is pretty big. We see last week, we essentially did not hold this April high that we formed. And now we're kind of rejecting off of it. So if we did come down too on the weekly, I'm watching for that either weekly 9 test, which is right around that 2-week 9, or even going down to that weekly 21. For me on the 2-day as well, I'm liking how that the 2-day 21 is right around that zone. But we also haven't tested that 9. So kind of where we're at and where momentum is on the lower time frames, like the 2-day and daily, is giving me more vibes that we probably see a pullback before anything else, which to me makes sense. We do have a silver cross on the daily, so we are testing that 9. But again, coming back down to this zone wouldn't surprise me. And we even see on that silver cross, the 21 is sitting right around there. Even the 55 if it came all the way back down. But I don't know if it would come all the way down there, considering we're getting that 2-week setup expansion already on BBWP. But this chart's very strong, and it's been in a steady uptrend. After basically breaking the last lower high here, it consolidated, it broke this low. I'm sure a lot of shorts got trapped here. Quickly deviated the daily SMA 200. Nice breakout, rejected there, formed a higher low here, exactly where we'd expected on that SMA 200 to a nice expansion. Now we're creating a higher high in this range, and it would make a lot of sense for me to at least get some kind of pullback, for us at least to, possibly go higher to that $130 zone. ExxonMobil is looking quite good though, and we're definitely seeing that on the higher time frames, like a quarterly and the monthly. I'm curious, just because we looked at the quarterly, how the 6-month looks. In the 6-month, yeah, it's looking great. We see here, it's basically been in this 6-month range, which we're now breaking out above. So that's welcoming to see. Again, still 2 months and 18 days until that closes, but this could turn into a bigger rally. A lot bigger than what we've seen on Exxon in a while. Just considering how BBWP is expanding. Last time it expanded from here, I do think momentum was actually kind of almost exactly where we're expanding from now. And from that point, that gave us, let's measure that from the high. Yeah, a nice 22% move, which is pretty impressive for ExxonMobil. So we're getting that same expansion now from here. Even if from this point, let's put it like from this expansion, if it went even 20%, that would put us, nice $139, 140. So it would make a lot of sense for me, but I just would be on the camp to watch first the pullback scenario. The 4-hour as well. We're kind of just rejecting that basically April high now, but still holding the 9 even on the 4 hours. So it's kind of in that weird spot where I want to say I like a pullback is guaranteed, but also the chart's very strong and we are getting that momentum expansion already. So that's why I'm saying if we do get a pullback, that's more the hopium scenario. And if you're bearish on this chart, I really wouldn't get a setup yet to short this. At least wait for this 34 on the 2-week to get lost. To me, then you have a big chance of breaking this low here that was formed, and then you'd have a lot of momentum to test this 101 zone again. But until then, you can just see how it's basically been respecting price for a very long time now, for multiple months. And so, there's no reason to be looking for a short trigger while price is definitely well above this 2-week 9. But even getting the expansion, then it looks like they're, bulls are front running it now. So, definitely I'd not short this, but I'd definitely not be looking for longs in this zone. It makes a lot of sense to at least wait for a pullback and just long, the logical area that should hold. Just because based on what history has told us, this for some reason this 118, this April high, really doesn't like to hold for ExxonMobil at all. And so holding that and actually consolidating would probably give us that next leg up to actually get that expansion. If assuming we do get a pullback, we are contracting here, so it just would make sense. I'm getting, at least on the lower time frames, more confidence that a pullback could come, sooner than later, I guess. But again, hopium scenario, if you're bearish, you'd be basically looking for this to reject. You wouldn't want this basically this high to get invalidated even on a wick basis. But right, you're working with a tight range here. So even if we come down, that still I think is giving you closer to less than 5% move. It's quite aggressive to even look for shorts here. So all eyes on a long. If we get this retest of the 2-week 9, I'm going to view that as an opportunity, and I want to see that just hold. Something that Exxon hasn't been able to do. I want that to hold, and I want it to actually flip in the support. So we're not working with a lot, but with what we do have, it's looking pretty good. So watch for the pullback. Yeah, that's it.
I'm glad energy companies are doing great. We need more of this. We need more high prices in fuel, in gasoline, in everything that we need to produce more stuff so that we can guarantee to have a mega inflation crisis. Let's fucking go. Let's get it. Let's fucking go for that inflation. I can't imagine, dude. By the way, Bitcoin breaks up to like what we're saying. Prices of everything are gonna be so ridiculous. It's gonna be fun.
Big Mac's gonna be $50.
Yeah. You'll be, but don't worry, your Stimmy will be $200,000 a day. It's just a burger at McDonald's is going to be $159,000.
Let me go get a mortgage on my Big Mac.
Big Mac meal.
Oh my God! All righty, CEG for you, Alex.
Oh well.
Keg, CEG.
Let's crack open a keg.
It's correct. Oh, that's going to be a marvelous day when we have in-stream kegs. This is that. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Alex.
Yep.
Vale, pues, estamos viendo ExxonMobil. La primera tabla que les quiero enseñar es la de 6 meses, que me encantó el cómo se ven las velas. ¿Por qué? Porque aquí te puedes dar estamos en básicamente altos históricos, si lo quieren ver, el alto histórico es 126, estamos cotizando en 123.8 en este momento. ExxonMobil es una compañía de más de $500 billion, vale $550 mil millones, de acuerdo a la cotización de hoy, para que tengan una idea. Por si van a pensar, güey, se irá a hacer el doble del dinero, bla, 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 pues sería $1 trillón, para que tengan idea, y puras compañías que compiten ahí son tecnológicas, etcétera. Bueno, Lo que me gusta de esto viendo en la de 6 meses es esta gran consolidación que estás viendo acá en esta zona de los 123. Lo que tiene cara y lo que está haciendo el precio es tocar a la puerta de acá y ya lo rompió en realidad. Nuestra primera zona estaba puesta en los $120, si lo quieres ver así, en los 119.83 y la rompió. Pero se está quedando por acá y todavía el cuerpo de esta vela de 6 meses que le quedan 2 meses y 18 días está peleándose con esta resistencia por acá que tenemos en los 123.80. Lo que pensamos en este momento, y les voy a poner mis indicadores para que lo puedan ver, el precio lleva fuerza, está en la gráfica de 6 meses, cada una de estas velas son 6 meses, el 9 está por encima del 21 y están bastante arriba de los precios que estamos viendo. Podemos ver cómo el 9 está casi coincidiendo con nuestro línea meme en los $101, pero los quiero llevar a la mensual, tíos. En la mensual todavía se puede ver aún más. Estamos empezando a formar estructura. Tienes estos bajos más altos, estos altos, altos más altos, un nuevo alto más alto, lo que nos pone bastante alcistas de acuerdo a lo que estamos viendo. Nos acercamos un poco más y vemos la semanal y lo que podemos notar es básicamente un poco de lo mismo, la fuerza que lleva el precio y también la coincidencia con nuestra línea meme en los 119.83. Lo que nosotros pensamos y estamos viendo en este momento es que probablemente el precio de ExxonMobil siga una consolidación. Y recuerden, acá arriba en la zona de los 125, bueno, acá en 124.88 hay un gap. Aquí hay un gap que tiene que venir a cerrarse. Lo que nosotros creemos simplemente en ver la volatilidad, el momentum, en dónde está parado todo, es que esto puede seguir subiendo, pero muy probablemente vayamos a ver una consolidación de precio por acá en estos rangos. Y sobre todo, crear un nuevo alto encima de en los 120.94, un nuevo bajo, perdón, para poder continuar la estructura y seguir el movimiento para arriba. Las oportunidades de shortear esto no se ven bien ahorita, pero la oportunidad de un long vendría con un retesteo del 9 o del 21. Si es que se llega a dar, primera entrada sería el 9, segunda el 21, de acuerdo a lo que hemos estado viendo con la tabla. Pero por ahora estás en una consolidación bastante alcista, lleva momentum, lleva volatilidad con ello y simplemente estás un poco sobrecomprado y esto tiene que relajar tantito las tetas para poder seguir su movimiento a la alza con todo, tíos. Pues vale, ahí lo tienen. Vamos a ver la empresa que hace a todos gay o negros. Disney. I'm sorry, I said, let's go with a company that makes everyone black or gay.
It's not a lie.
It's not a lie, boys.
Or a woman.
Or a woman. Oh, yeah, dude. I can't wait until. Haven't they tried to do? I'm sorry, Alex. I'm putting your screen. Haven't you tried? Haven't they tried to make? What was it? A female? James Bond?
Yeah, I think they did.
If they do James Bond as a female, that'll be the end of that. Like, that'll be the absolute fucking end of that. They did it with Ocean's 11. I don't know if you guys saw that with the girls.
Yeah.
They did it with Ghostbusters. And again, nothing wrong with the ladies. I mean, I saw that movie Wanted, and I wanted nothing more than Angelina Jolie to shoot me with one of those bullets that go sideways, right? Like, don't get me wrong, or fucking torture me in one of those bathtubs. I'd be cool with that. Maybe a little choking, maybe a little drowning, as long as I'm safe and I have a safe word. Cool. But I don't know if you need to change the sex of everyone that's in a movie or make them gay but anyways, that's Disney business model, and I'm not here to fucking contest it.
You
Either way, sir.
You gotta have representation, right?
You have to. And especially a representation that's equal to the amount of people that you're representing.
And that Ghostbusters movie, I believe it flopped, right?
Mega flopped. Because even women are like, dude, I'm not believing that these girls are like saving the world from ghosts. Come on. Like, they'd be busy yelling at each other. You said that you were my friend. You weren't going to sleep with John, my boyfriend. And all of that. That would have happened. I'm sorry, guys. I just like to make fucking stupid jokes. Hope you all know that.
I'm well aware. They said that it only failed because people are sexist and misogynistic.
Right.
Isn't that incredible? That you can just blame people for not liking something. This is your fault because your brain is too small and you're too stupid, and it's definitely not my fault because it's terrible and a horrendous product that makes no sense.
That's what every CEO should say when their company fails. It's like, it's your
Trust me.
fault.
I'm taking notes right now.
But to be honest, we're not nobody to say that they should change course, because look at their stock price since March of 2021.
Let me look at it. It's been the
Down
thing
mostly.
is, it's been transitioning from an uptrend to a downtrend. It's just in the middle of that transition.
Yeah, it's very close to going to a full-on macro downturn.
Let me see. Wow.
So, yeah,
Good
you
for
go
these.
woke. You go woke.
No, I think it actually now is on a macro downtrend, because it made a lower low on July of 2023.
You did. Hang on.
Let's disable the HPDR.
Hang on. Just real quick. Because we put the lady with the guy with the tits and dick right here. That's going to be the sad zone where Disney is heading to. There you go. But, I'm sorry. Just had to put it in front of everyone.
So we have a high, we have a higher high, we have a low, we have a lower high, then we have a lower low.
Oh,
There
boy.
goes the quarterly downtrend.
Oh, boy.
And we made another lower high. As soon as we break this candle's low right here at $78.73, we're very likely coming down towards probably this 200 SMA, if not this, somewhere around this zone between $45 to maybe $38. Good fucking Lord, that is so bad for Disney. A company the size of Disney.
Yeah. With everything like that they have going on and have had forever, like how do you fuck that up?
Yeah, that's like a 50% dump at a minimum.
It'd be
To all the
terrible.
way around a 60% dump. That's insane. They're probably gonna have to sell off Marvel and sell off all of their shit, like Star Wars. Thank fucking God Disney won't own that shit anymore.
I think as long as it's an inclusive downtrend, everything will be fine and they can keep all the assets. But it must be an inclusive downtrend, though.
What does that mean?
That all gays,
Oh, I see,
transsexuals, heterosexuals are welcome to the downtrend.
Hey, have you lost it?
Then the downtrend becomes about inclusivity. And if you want to bring up the financials, you're just a dirty bigot.
That's right. Because the financials are not failing. You're failing the company.
Exactly,
There you
bigot.
I've learned from Bob Iger.
It's because you guys are such bigots and you couldn't handle it.
That's right.
On the quarterly, our HBR momentum is breaking down very sharply, breaking into the bearish control zone, crossing below the moving average, while volatility is starting to tick up in the opposite fashion. It's looking like this is about a breakdown. I want to see a quarterly close below. I wouldn't even wait until this 78.73. For me, what would be good enough is a quarterly close below $83. $83, and I would say this shit is cooked, and we're gonna go below 50.
Whoa. Well, that'd also be losing the SMA 200 on the monthly. So that would be fucking nuking it because it hasn't lost it basically ever.
Yeah, that's true. Every single one of these macro lows, it's the only time it's ever been below it was in the crash of 2008.
Oh, wait. Yeah, that's it.
That was kind of a black swan event.
Mm-hmm. I would say so.
So if we're breaking this and the entire global financial system is not collapsing along with it, it's pretty bad. Pretty bad. Right now, we're at such extreme levels on the HPDR that the fact that we're not getting even a pity bounce here tells you just how weak this dog shit is. Because somewhere around the 88.3%, you should almost certainly get a bounce. We got a bounce, could not even get above the 5 EMA. Right now, we're still finding resistance at the 5. Eventually, what could happen is that we find so much resistance in this zone that we just go sideways while these ranges step up or step down, my bad. And then from there, we can just nuke again. We don't have to get a bounce up while the ranges move down. We can just go sideways while the ranges move down. And this shit is extremely bearish, which seems to be what's happening right now. We've been going sideways since July, basically sideways, while these ranges step down one by one. Eventually, this blue 38.2% zone is going to catch up with price, just like it did right over here, basically. And then how much did we dump after that? Another 33%.
Not bad.
So we just need a few more months, maybe 3-4 more months sideways while this blue zone drops down, and then we can dump another 33% from there. Our monthly momentum is as well breaking down while volatility is tapping up to support it. Monthly and quarterly are both lined up with that now. Weekly is giving us a signal for a little bit of a bounce, though. Weekly is bouncing off of the weekly median, and we're getting a expansion back up and basing off of the 9 EMA. While our HBR momentum is starting to flip up as well, while the volatility is flipping up too. So it's telling us that the weekly could get a little bit of a bounce. It comes back to the quarterly and the monthly being at such extreme levels on the HPDR. We're near the 88.3%, where we should theoretically get a bounce from here. What I could see happening based off of this is if we do get acceptance above this 5 EMA and the 78.6, around $96.50, I could see a move back up towards this 100. Because 100 is usually our significant resistance right here, deviated, and then we got our nuke from there. So I could see it most bullish case going up towards this 100, which is around like 109, let's say 110, which would coincide with the weekly momentum playing out to the upside and closing over this median. That would take us to right about, I believe, maybe this not even the 200, maybe somewhere around this zone right here. Yeah, right around this previous breakdown area. Right here, right around 110. And then that would also be another lower high on the weekly. 2 days supporting the idea for the bounce. The HPDR momentum is flipping up. We're getting acceptance over the median right now. Median's at $94.32. So we could close over that. Then we could target this previous breakdown zone right around that same 100. On the 2 day, it's giving us 108 to like 110.
This is interesting because why is Disney so looking so bad, whereas Roku is like fucking killing it, and like Roku seems like it's gonna blow the fuck up.
It might be because of the content.
I don't know. I mean, you can say whatever you want about Disney. There's a gigantic group of retards that still go to Disneyland and like enjoy chicks with dicks and all that stuff. There is like what's so entertaining about Roku that's not in Disney? That's kind of weird.
And the top was around like was it summer of 2021 or spring of 2021
on Disney or Roku? On Disney was March 2021.
Isn't that when that last Avengers movie came out?
I don't know.
Was
it?
It would make sense if it tops around there because they killed off Iron Man and everyone's like, yeah, Avengers is over.
I would assume that it would top there because it was like all the pandemic money that came into Disney Plus because people were buying that shit and adopting it all the way to 2021. I mean, nothing happens overnight, right? I would assume that was that move, but I don't know if it's because I don't think a movie can do it for Disney just alone, just one movie.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, ESPN, like just think about it. ESPN is worth about $30-40 billion. The movies back in the day when I used to be a filmmaker, they used to gross around 12 billion domestically. Like worldwide, 12 billion a year. Like that's nothing compared to their other businesses and the amount of money that they spend.
There must have been the Disney Plus stuff going on.
I think so. But why not now compared to Roku? That's the interesting thing.
Maybe Roku's about to release something.
Could be.
And then once they actually announce it, shit nukes. That's how the market usually fucks people over. They get them curious when it's going up right before the announcement. Thing gets announced. Everyone's like, I see why it was going up. Let me buy. And then drop that shit on them. On the daily, it's also supporting that idea that we can get a short-term bounce because we are above the median and we're bouncing off of it currently, and we have a silver cross on the daily right now, while our jewel is starting to flip back up and curve around into this white neutral. And after this closure in the next open, it should shift over into that light blue cyan coloring, while momentum is flipped up. That gives us the idea that we could get a short-term bounce. On the daily, I would expect to get some resistance somewhere around the $100 area. Probably pulls back from there. Also because the ranges are so extreme, ranges probably move up. Then we would get that bounce on the higher time frames towards that $108, $110. So I really think it's going to go to before we get our lower high and then roll over to making new lows. Check the RSI. Here's a dad joke. We've seen how Disney is, but what about Datney?
The what? Say it again.
We've seen Disney. What about Datney?
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. You're too young for these.
Monster dad joke. Monthly right now is giving us several drives of bullish divergence. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 of them, and we're basing off of the neutral zone on the monthly RSI. Our next target is going to be the bullish control zone. See where that lines up in price action. Right here on the RSI tells us the bullish control zone 107.05, right around that 108 to 110 number. That number keeps coming back up. It would make a lot of sense to make a perfect rejection of that bullish control zone and then get it moved back down towards the bearish control zone. And right now, to hit the bearish control zone, the number is $52. That would be a pretty significant dump. And that's also right around that $45 to $50 number we were looking at as well on the higher time frames. So this monthly RSI basically tells us the whole story. 107, 108, maybe 110, then 50.
Damn. That'd be a 50% haircut.
And I wonder what would have to be announced for that to happen. Like, is it a worker strike? Like, I don't know.
Oh no, they're done with those. They already fired whoever they need to fire now, and then comes the next ones.
You know, Walmart is the king of that shit.
Of what? Layoffs?
Destroying unions.
Oh, dude. Yeah. I mean, they're not good for people as much as they think that they are.
Walmart used to have like a local butchery section, and then the butchers started to try to unionize it, and they went to prepackaged meats.
Well, yeah, you can't fuck around, dude. Can't fuck around. I did everything I could not to get union crews on my shows because they're so fucking lazy and overpaid.
Oh yeah, and the union bosses are fucking multimillionaires.
Oh yeah, mega loaded, mega. More than people would actually understand.
Yeah, and like that comes from the union dudes.
Mm-hmm.
3 days also giving us several drives of bullish divergence. Supports that idea for a bounce. Bullish critical zone right now, which is our next target since we've broken above the bullish control zone. And we got multiple drives of bullish divergence to the critical zone. Critical zone 106.4. We're getting that same zone coming back up on multiple different setups. 2 day, nothing. And daily nothing. So right now we're getting on the very high time frames that we were very likely to make a mean reversion bounce, which is lining up with our lower time frames looking pretty bullish that we can see somewhere around that $100 and let's say $105 to $110 zone. And then from there, the higher time frames would take over. We would mark our next lower high and end up breaking these current lows and going down towards somewhere around that 50, 55, possibly $45 area from there.
Thank you, sir. Perfect. Things are looking okay for Disney in the short term, but not in the long term. So let's see.
And you already know they're going to be like checkmate. What do you call it? Conservatards. Disney is going up.
Oh yeah, 100%. See, people really did want guys with tits and chicks with dicks. By the way, it's just a joke. I don't care if a guy has tits or whatever. I hope, and I just keep saying that, not for you boys, but for everyone that's watching, because you don't understand how stupid people can be sometimes. Don't ever underestimate stupidity. It can be oversold for a long time. Hang on, you're muted.
I refer them to that episode of South Park from the Harley Davidson writers.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's one that we can still say out loud, but the president already brought retarded back. which is fine.
Oh, yeah.
He called Kamala
Beautiful.
a retard, which that's perfectly that's fair. People can be retarded.
Like, boys, I'm gay. Do you think I'm this?
Yeah.
Will you drive a Harley Davidson?
Do you drive a Harley Davidson and try to annoy everyone's and destroy everyone's nice time? No.
No.
Then you're not.
Then you're not.
I got Oracle for you.
What does Oracle even do? They sponsor Red Bull, right?
No one knows what they do. Technology, but like it's a B2B type of thing, and no one knows. I mean, I'm sure they know, but no one cares. We're back to this. Okay. Estamos viendo Disney, damas y caballeros, lo estamos viendo en una tabla mensual y lo que podemos ver es que Disney parece estar en un uptrend tremendo y eso es lo que está poniendo a los inversores bastante emocionados porque pueden ver cómo vino de acá a esta línea por acá, rebotar en esta misma línea una vez más y eso empieza desde diciembre del 2008, es la única vez que lo hemos visto por acá. En la mensual, algo que vale la pena decir, es la única vez que hemos perdido el promedio de los 200, que es el morado que están viendo acá, fue en el megabajón del 2008. Y les tengo que decir, después de eso Disney la rompió, pero también en este momento, cuando pasó esto, el entretenimiento se volvió la cosa más popular. Normalmente en cualquier tiempo malo, el entretenimiento le va muy bien, para que lo tengan eso en mente y aparte como clase extra, brother. Algo que estamos viendo es básicamente la mensual nos cuenta todo. Disculpen el dibujito acá. Es de un hombre con tetas, porque es el tipo de programación que le gusta a Disney y es donde creo que va a venir el precio de Disney eventualmente. Pero por ahora, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo? ¿Qué es lo que... lo que estamos viendo con Disney es bastante sencillo. En cualquier tipo de temporalidades más, saben que les voy a poner las temporalidades primero para que no crean que les estoy inventando todo este cuento. Estamos haciendo altos. Bueno, habías hecho este bajo con un bajo más bajo y ahora por primera vez está haciendo este alto. Ahora, este alto no superó este. Este es un alto más bajo que este. No importa cómo lo quieras hacer, decir, comprobar, etcétera. Aunque sí superó este. Lo que le está dando esperanza a la gente de que este movimiento vaya a darse a la alza. Cuando volteamos a ver la diaria, podemos ver que estamos literalmente rangueando entre promedios. Estamos abajo del 100, siendo rechazados, arriba el 21 y el 55, que acaban de dar un Silver Cross en este momento. Y puedes ver que el promedio de las 200 está en el 100. Lo que nosotros creemos es que si volteas a ver la mensual, Disney va a tener un rebote y ese rebote va a llevarlo hasta esta zona por acá de los 100, 110, va a caer por acá y va a voltearse y va a barrer este bajo. Estás justamente en medio del trade por ahorita. No sé qué tanto valga la pena entrar en una movida de este tipo. Y la razón por qué es porque no estás en contra de ninguna resistencia ni de ningún soporte en este momento. Lo más fácil sería, si pierdes el S&P 200, apostar para abajo y una vez que puedas romper, no en la mensual, en la diaria. En la diaria, una vez que puedas romper a la alza este promedio de la 100 y llevarte este máximo en, bueno, no, esto no va a ser tan sencillo, ¿no? En 97, ir a explorar esta zona donde también hay un gap fill acá en los 110. Eso quiere decir que probablemente el precio venga a buscar esto y de ahí, de acuerdo a los indicadores de momentum y volatilidad, lo que creemos es que el precio pueda recortar un 50% una vez que llegue al 110 y eso lo pondría por ahí de los $55. Así que por ahora, a corto plazo alcista, a medio largo plazo bajista en Disney. Es lo que estamos viendo en este momento. CEG. Sí. What's CEG? Oh, Constellation.
Yeah. Yeah, energy sector's looking good. I mean, Exxon wasn't looking the worst. CEG's not looking the worst. In different sectors, but not sectors, but different ways of energy, still looking pretty good. I put in a basic meme line here on this wick high, basically of the September 23rd week. I think it's going to be a good representation. I think, last week we essentially had this massive rejection, which ended up basically forming like a 5-day shooting star. After this nice expansion, that's kind of how I'm going to gauge it. We did open on downside, but it got bought up. And so I want to see where this 2-day and this weekly closes because there's still time. This easily can get sold down. But why I'm bringing this up is because this is kind of the spot where bears want to at least start to step in and actually move us down. I think that that would be not the worst case either for bulls, especially when we see, and this can easily stay at extremes for a while. We see that here in March, where March, April, it just kind of stayed at extremes and still slowly grinded up. But I have to look at consolidation first and then possibly downside, especially when we see momentum at extremes here on the weekly. It's now been 2 closures of just extreme momentum. So, bulls are essentially running out of steam to press higher. So I would definitely engage at least consolidation, and it definitely can consolidate around here. But I'm more in the camp that we're at least going to go and test that weekly 9, if not all the way back down to that $223 level. It's been a major rejection point on CEG for a while. We see it's only gotten above it one time, quickly deviated, and then acted as resistance for, over, what is that, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, over 6 closures. So to me now, I just want to see the flip in real time. So we had this nice expansion, nice rejection. We then went above it, closed under, and now we're kind of just, in no man's land. Are we going to go down or are we going to go up? Obviously, the trend is still up, and we just made a higher high freshly. So it's really not, it's definitely on the right side of the trade to be looking for downside. And we have BBWP at extremes. And so what I'm going to be watching for closely is either we break up above this, basically it's at $271.72. If we can break above this high on a daily and close above, then all eyes on this high. And then we'll just look at this tap of the EMA 21 as the next higher low. But I'm more in the camp that this is just going to retest this after falling below it. And then we should see at least some downside. This would give us a nice gap fill on the daily, back test major resistance into support. And then this would actually probably allow some of those momentum oscillators to reset, especially the one on the weekly. I'm almost sure the 2-week also is at extremes. No, but the weekly still is at extremes now. So that's kind of all I have with CEG. Very much like Exxon, the energy sector looks to me like definitely could have a pullback. The question is just how deep will that be? For me, I'm really eyeing that 222, 223 zone. But basically, we are bouncing kind of where we'd expect. We see the 2-day closure basically bouncing off the 9 perfectly. Same with the 3-day as well. Came all the way down, tested it, and now we're getting a nice bounce from it. But again, I still think consolidation at least could be what happens here rather than just us making a new high. So that's kind of it. I'll be waiting patiently for at least this 222, 223 zone, and if that doesn't happen, then I'm perfectly fine with that. It's kind of hard to open longs, especially when we're up here. That's why I think, from this point, a 17% correction, 16% correction would at least make me more comfortable, giving me a logical area for an easy stop loss to get long, which I believe would also correlate maybe with this monthly 9, either next monthly closure coming more close to that 220. Because remember, it's not going to come all the way. Even if I'm right, it's going to probably take a month or 2 to come all the way back down to here. In my opinion. So that would give this monthly 9 a good amount of time to at least come up more, and then actually could meet with price when we get to that point. But very strong chart, and this chart could keep going up, but it just, kind of where everything is, where momentum is, I don't feel comfortable, and especially to the fact that we kind of popped right back into the Bollinger Bands after breaking out. Usually it's more consolidation than when that happens. If not, we come more down to the mid band, which is coming more closely to this region. So with that all said, I want to see how this 5-day closes. I think that'll be pretty key. Does the 5-day pop back up, reclaim this $271 level, and then actually hold it, basing off this wick high as support? Okay, cool. But if it doesn't and we start rejecting here, I'll still be looking at this as a shooting star. And if it is, and we do see follow through, assuming we can at least bear step in 2 days from now, then it's an easy invalidation. You just wouldn't want this high to get taken, and then you would ideally be looking for this zone here, lining up with the 9, if not all the way down to the mean line. And that's kind of all I have with CEG. You know, consolidation, if not a pullback. You know, this last 5 day closure is slightly concerning, but you know, it could be doing what Bitcoin loves to do, takes out all the longs, and then takes out all the shorts, and then the real move happens on the next closure. But you know, until then, it looks quite bullish, and even if we go to like a lower time frame, like a 4 hour, you know, we can see it's just this one area of resistance. Popping back above that 9, you know, would be a welcoming sign. So it's really hard for me to gauge these, honestly, the energy stocks right now, because a big part of me wants to say it's going to pull back and we're going to need a nice pullback, but also kind of the way they're looking, it wouldn't be surprising if they just had shallow higher lows and popped right back up to new highs. So for me, it's really hard to gauge. I don't like even trading energy because I think it's highly manipulated, kind of hard to trade. But that's all I really see on Exxon and CEG. I'm more in the camp that we're going to get a pullback. And it seems quite aggressive to long up here because really your stop is really loose, or you don't really have a strong invalidation. So when we get to those extremities, maybe you have more of a base of a higher low with a logical stop loss. Then maybe energy is a good long from kind of on a standpoint of where it's at now. But until we get a deeper pullback, yeah, I think the easy trade is just waiting, sitting on your hands, because you know you're not really getting an easy short trigger, and you're not really getting you know, a non-aggressive long trigger. So it's very
well.
weird.
You're in price discovery mode, right? Like, which is we'll fucking see where it wants to go, and like your ranges basically are like this big. Whereas if it was trading in between lots of price action, you would have better points and whatnot. But there's just nothing other than you know what the highest high is and what's close to it. So is it going to just range between 250 and 289? No, probably not. But we don't know. Is that going to continue to go up?
Right. Yeah, we don't know. So like, well, all we can do is show with CEG is use the past data. And all I can say is that 223 to 218 is a pretty big level. So if we can get that there and actually use that as support, then you can make at least a thesis or a basis for a long. Longing up here while it's in price discovery at these highs with extreme just seems like a recipe for disaster. Shorting here as well just seems like what everyone's trying to do with gold. Just seems like a recipe to disaster where we can just spring and shoot up immediately and make a new high unexpectedly. So energy and kind of gold I stay away from, especially in these environments.
Good. The next one for you is U.S. oil, so you'll enjoy that too. I don't know how, by the way, this was just random as fuck. You just got one after the other after the other.
That's okay. U.S. oil at least is more fun than, you know, CEG. Good lord.
All righty. Thank you so much, dude. Greatly appreciate it. All righty. Vale. Tenemos aquí CEG, que es Constellation Energy Corporation. Damas y caballeros, una empresa de 84 mil millones de dólares. Estamos viéndolo en un gráfico de 5 días, pero no importa qué temporalidad lo veas, creo que lo acabamos de ver con ExxonMobil, que es otra empresa de energía también. Pueden ver la tendencia tan potente que lleva a la alza. Tuvimos chop desde febrero del 2024, básicamente hasta septiembre del 2024, y de ahí tuvimos el movimiento a la alza potente. Estamos en un gráfico de 5 días, pero para darles el punto es esto, porque estamos básicamente junto a máximos históricos, altos históricos está en 288, estamos cotizando hoy en 270, abajo esta línea. ¿Por qué está esa línea? Porque si lo pones en la diaria te puedes dar cuenta de cuánto chop ha habido acá, una desviación a la alza, luego lo perdiste y luego volviste a retomar el promedio de las 9. Lo que está haciendo ahorita el precio es consolidar. Consolidar. El promedio de las 9 está en 235, que coincide con este tope también. Queremos ver dónde va a consolidar el precio, porque lo estamos viendo con volatilidad también ya en extremos y con momentum igual. Esto muy probablemente nos vaya a dar un rango por acá, no sabemos exactamente qué tanto, o en vez de tal vez darnos ese rango, puede que se trepe acá y el rango empiece acá y que este sea un nuevo bajo más alto que este. No sabemos todavía, en realidad esto es una movida de exploración de precio, porque estando tan alto por acá, no hay nada que hacer. Tu primera movida y tu primera entrada sería acá. Si el precio viene y redescubre y se recarga en el promedio de las 9, que está en los 235. Mínimo eso te empezaría a dar una idea de una entrada, y si falla, tienes el promedio de las 21 justamente abajo. Ha llegado a tocar el promedio de los 55, que en este momento está en 176. Lo tocó en julio, en la mitad de cuando vimos el precio del petróleo colapsar, el precio de energía colapsar, pero está retomándolo una vez más. Nosotros no tomaríamos un trade en este momento, no puedes hacerle un corto a algo que está subiendo, que está en máximos históricos, porque muy probablemente te vaya a violar, pero también no estamos apostando en largo porque estás muy cerca de la parte alta y puede ser un doble rechazo o simplemente ya te rechazó y vas para abajo. Lo que haríamos es esperar a ver si el 235, si vamos a ranguear por ahí del 235, 213, 221. Nosotros tenemos una línea meme en 221 que continúa a 270. Aquí hay una buena posibilidad de que el precio continúe consolidando para adelante. Entonces, simplemente ver dónde va a estar tu entrada en este tipo de escenario cuando algo es tan alcista. Ahí lo tienen y vámonos a Oracle.
All right. This thing, I'm starting on the quarterly. It literally just goes up only. Literally up only.
Oracle, yeah.
Since 2007, it goes up only. Even the 2008, 2009 financial crisis, it did not really do that much. I guess from wick low to wick high probably was a significant amount from measuring. Yeah, about 41.5%. That is a lot. It doesn't look like that much because it goes up only, literally up only for the long term. But I guess what did everything else drop in 2008? Was it more than 41, 45%? What's another company to put up in comparison? Apple?
Apple is a good one.
All right. Yeah, so Apple did almost 61% down. So in the 40s is not too bad.
I just think Oracle is somewhat related to the government in some way, shape, or form. It has to. Did you see what Larry Ellison said when they were like, "You're fed up with crime? You want it to stop? All we need to do is put some cameras with AI, and you'll see how fast it stops." So you know that he's here to push that.
Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, but it's happening. We are fucked.
You can turn into China real quick.
It's been a long time since that happened, son.
Oh shit! But in China, they have the one benefit, I guess you could say, for that surveillance state is that they have grocery stores with literally no employees. They just pick shit up and walk out.
Well, yeah. I mean, it makes everything so much easier. It's just everyone's fucked.
Yeah, all of your civil liberties are gone, but you get some more convenience.
Yeah. Pretty nice.
It's like that book they made us read in high school, 1984.
Sadly, I did not read any book whatsoever when I was growing up, except one called Camilón Comilón, and it was about a pig that was fat. That's about it.
But on the quarterly, every time this thing finds a top, it's right around the median. Always top, macro tops right around the median. The one time that it actually continued on was in 2020 when there was money printing to the moon. So we actually broke above the median, went all the way up to the 61.8%. No, the 50%. We went up to the 50%, and the one right above is 61.8. So that's when we found our macro top in October of 2021, right around the 61.8%. And then on our move from 2023, we got another break above the median, which was the first time we actually did that since it's the first time we did it in history was in the rally of 2020 to 2021. Now we did it again. After we closed above the median, we started basing off of it, and that's when we got our expansion. Right now, we're touching the 50%. Last time we topped out, our macro top was the 61.8%. Our 61.8% is sitting at $191.75. So is this time different? Or is this time very likely the same as last time? We're going to end up making our macro top right around the 61.8% and then coming all the way down to the bottom 78.6%. These ranges will move up, but as of right now, the bottom 78.6% is at $81. But this is very likely going to significantly move up, probably somewhere to around $100 area. But if we were to expect the trend to continue like it always has, we would expect our next macro top to be somewhere around $190 to $192. I personally, if I was holding this stuff, I would not even hold it until $191 or 190. I'd probably start offloading that shit at the 180s just to be safe. And then if we do get we get acceptance over 192 on a closure, then I'd get back into it with my exposure and look for higher. But I would play more defensive around that $190 number, especially since our quarterly HPTR momentum is starting to flip down, and every single time it's done that, we found our macro top. So we could very likely get that push up to the 190s, but anywhere from now, to be honest, to 190, I'd be selling because it's just so close to that macro top target that I wouldn't want to be a holder into it. I'd probably start offloading it here, to be honest, especially after seeing our HPDR momentum start flipping down on the quarterly and volatility slipping down. Monthly, we should theoretically, like last time we got our macro top at the 78.6, which no, that was the 61.8, which we're already above the 61.8 right now. Our 78.6 is sitting at $194, which lines up with our quarterly target of, what was it, $191. So maybe we can hit up to 194, 195. That's what the lower time frame HPDR is saying. But I personally also would not be comfortable holding it to that number, because these are accurate statistical targets, but at the end of the day, they're just statistics and probabilities. It's not 100% chance you're going to get to this number. You can just front run it. It happens a lot that you front run these numbers. So I'd say no financial advice. From the 170s to the 190s, I'd be selling. And then the weekly is also nearing extreme top areas. We're hitting the 88.3 multiple times, and we're rejecting it every single time. The fact that we're not immediately getting a red candle downwards, though, is a good symbol that the next time we tap it, we're very likely to break it. And that time, we probably hit the 95%, which is right around that same $190 area as well. So multiple time frames are giving us that $190 number. Let's check the RSI. All right, so the quarterly does have multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence in play. We confirmed it on this low of 2022, and this is still active. This is going to be active as long as we're closing above $141.69. Nice, perfect number.
Damn.
But our EV targets are already mostly hit. The only target we have left is a bullish critical zone. Right now, the bullish critical zone sits at what do you know? $197.
Yeah. Damn.
So that number keeps coming back up, and I'm thinking that's going to be our macro top. And then from there, and this is what tells me that it's very likely a macro top, because we're getting volatility hitting absolute extremes on the monthly. We still have the moving average at 80%, so this could move up. The price could move up a little bit while the moving average catches up to volatility, which would be perfect with our move to the 190s. And then volatility is going to be been at extreme levels for at least 1 or 2 months. Then it's going to have to consolidate and retract. Because volatility is programmed to contract once it reaches extreme highs. From there, our mean reversion is going to be down, and depending on how many divergences we build on these time frames, because right now we have several drives of bearish divergence on the monthly. Because you see, these highs, this high, and this high, are much higher than this high and this high, but the RSI is significantly lower. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 6 drives of bearish divergence on the monthly right now.
Damn.
That would correspond also with us putting in our macro top at that 190s. Weekly also has bearish divergence, 1, 2, 3 drives on the weekly. We're already at extreme levels in volatility. So once we confirm our local top, these divergences are going to play out. And that would very likely be our macro top. Almost certainly be our macro top. I don't want to say for sure, but almost certainly be a macro top. Right now, and the daily just confirmed a multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence, which also supports the idea of going a little bit higher before our higher term time frame divergences end up playing out, and we end up making our next local top or macro top somewhere in that $190 region.
So on the 3 month, you had the bullish divergence. On the 1 month, you have all of those bearish divergences. And on the short term, you have the
3 months.
bullish divergence.
The 3 month also has possible bearish divergence. But
That's
you'd have
what
to
it
make,
is.
yeah.
Okay.
But currently the one that's in play is the hidden bullish divergence.
Got it. Okay. Got it. Thank you, sir. And I have another one for you. CELH.
CELH.
No idea what that is. CELH.
Oh, Celsius.
Oh.
I was thinking Cell from Dragon Ball Z.
That'd be awesome. By the way, that fucking drink is terrible for everyone. If you guys are drinking that, please stop it right now. It's
Tastes like
terrible for you. I actually really like how it tastes, but I remember a friend of Belen came to the house and was like, "These are great. I'm just drinking these. This is all I drink." And I looked at the ingredients. I was like, "You're supposed to be like not a fitness, but like a nutritionist person. What the fuck are you saying?" And then 3 months later, she had a headache that wouldn't go away. And guess what? As soon as she eliminated Celsius, it went away. So there you go.
Funny when people think those drinks are healthy because
I just hate how they taste.
Yeah. Well, terrible.
I drink those Ghost energy drinks. They taste pretty good.
I don't like Ghost either. I just stay away from energy drinks. I like black coffee.
That's it. That's all you need.
It's not enough caffeine for me.
Unsweetened tea is good too.
You get electrolytes in your water like a motherfucker, or black coffee. You don't need anything else. You're fucking all day long. That's how I am, and I don't fucking do anything else other than 30 pounds of cocaine. No, I'm just kidding.
Electrolytes, is that like how Logan Paul rebranded salt?
Well, he's bullshit drink too. It's just fucking sugar. Either way, let's not get into what drink is better, but water people is way better than anything else. By the way, I also sell alcohol that has quite a ton of sugar, but at least we know it's bad for you.
Hit me with some of that, then we can plug that too.
That's right. Oh yeah, holy shit. Okay, god damn it. All righty, let me do this one. Oracle. Damas y caballeros, estamos viendo Oracle una vez más, lo que justamente acabamos de decir. Cuando estás en máximos históricos, es muy difícil poder dar guidance para adelante de qué es lo que va a pasar. Pero en esta tabla, que por cierto solamente le gusta ir para arriba, pueden ver, esta es una tabla esto es impresionante. Lo que pasó en el 99 hasta el 2000, este fue el punto, la burbuja de los .com, y de ahí se fue al piso. Pero todo lo demás ha sido una tendencia alcista de no mamar hasta ahora. Y en esta tendencia alcista lo que estamos viendo es en todas las temporalidades, en temporalidad alta de 3 meses como en esta, tenemos varias divergencias bajistas. La divergencia alcista ya está a punto de acabar en la que teníamos en esta tabla de 3 meses, pero llegamos claramente a lo que parece ser el final de esto. En temporalidades más cortas, vamos a ponerlo en la de 1 mes. En la de 1 mes podemos también ver un poco de lo mismo, es el tradicional, ¿no? Chop a la alza, pero está cotizando en 176.30. Lo que estamos viendo en temporalidades cortas, como en la diaria, no tanto en la semanal, porque la semanal también no se ve tan bien, es que muy probablemente el precio, de acuerdo a los indicadores de momentum y volatilidad, pueda ir a visitar la zona de los 190, 195 dólares, pero no vamos a apostar de aquí a esa zona, porque eso es el movimiento ya sobreextendido y acabándose. Lo que viene es, en todas las temporalidades, menos en la más corta, que es la diaria, divergencias bajistas de izquierda a derecha, divergencias bajistas por todos lados en todas las tablas. Y eso nos indica que muy probablemente Oracle vaya a continuar su movimiento para arriba, encuentre su techo local en este ciclo y de ahí vaya a buscar nuevos bajos. Y puedes ver que aquí tienes un gap justamente entre los 140 y los 153. Esa sería mi primera zona de interés. Por ahí, más allá de esto, no hay más. Simplemente un pequeño movimiento a la alza en corta temporalidad, pero a mediano, largo plazo esperamos que esto vaya a corregir porque ha estado imparable la subida de Oracle, damas y caballeros. Vale, pues vamos a ver US Oil.
Oh, very cool. So I was actually looking at U.S. oil today. I think it's interesting. We see the weekly SMA 200 acts as a big spot for U.S. oil, up and down. And so we see we have freshly lost it. We rejected it here. We rallied up to it and rejected it. And now we're kind of just holding that weekly 9. It's interesting to see that actually, because I guess now this should act as resistance. So we are flipped under major resistance, while even rejecting that EMA 100 on the weekly. So U.S. oil is actually looking a lot more bearish to me, which is interesting. We even see that $76.33, which is a pretty big zone for oil, again, up and down. Is now under it. So now this should act as resistance, which is lining up with that weekly EMA 34. So oil looks more corrective to me, and it looks like it wants to go down more. If we go to the weekly, the monthly now, we see the monthly is actually in a very precarious spot. It's going to be very key to kind of see where this closes. Does it actually reclaim that SMA 200 on the monthly? And even that EMA 100, which it's interesting to even see oil testing that now, which just kind of shows the weakness. Usually in really trending markets, we usually stay away from these two, the EMA 100 and the SMA 200 on the monthly especially. So it's interesting to see how price has basically been flirting with it this entire time since it lost it back in November. Well, I guess that was 2014. So here, I guess it's yeah, wow. I guess it's just interesting to see it here, kind of just play with it in this range. I mean, even in this zone when we were pumping, we were still pretty far away from it. So this is a pretty big monthly closure. It's really something we should be watching because, if U.S. oil continues to leave a nasty wick and even closes back under $70, that's not going to look good for bulls. And this could even at that point next month start firing off, which the monthly BBWP's resetting quite a lot actually. I'm curious to see what year this was when it was at extremes, 2014. Let me actually see.
That's when he dropped like a motherfucker.
Oh wow, yeah. So I mean, that's ideally what we don't want. Is if you're a bull on U.S. oil, you don't want this to start resetting like it's doing now, hit extremes, and then even expand. We see this can stay at extremes for many months of closing, but once it does start expanding, yeah, as Alejandro said, it dropped like a mofo. And that's why this month is going to be very key, in my opinion. What we don't want is, this to flip into resistance because this could make the move down more intense, especially with already how BBWP is looking. We can see when this expanded, this kind of took us all the way to this level. We then pumped up, rejected it, and then, made this at least local bottom before moving up. But the difference here is, we're about to lose it with momentum at extremes, and it's already looking quite bearish, and we're rejecting that 9. So it wouldn't take much for bears to actually make this monthly turn ugly, which is kind of what we're seeing with this weekly. This weekly is at a very important spot, but is also rejecting massive resistance here. Currently sitting right at $80 as well. 79.20, but right at that $80 zone, which is right by that psychological number. So we're currently at major levels on U.S. oil. And as it stands, this is resistance, this SMA 200, which was major support for U.S. oil since it reclaimed it back in 2021. So we have to look at this as a major spot, which corresponds with that really big monthly closure we're going to have this month. If we start breaking it down more, we go to a 2-day. Let's start seeing it.
Seems like a back test before it continues to drop, no?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And it's more evident like on the weekly. We lost it. You could argue this is the retest of, so we know it's resistance at least from these two candles. But we at least broke down from it. Now we've rallied up straight to it again. This does look like at least bearish retest, if not just into resistance again, which was major support. So this should act as major resistance. So the hopium now is that this weekly 9 keeps holding. But again, it just wouldn't take bears a lot of momentum here to start actually breaking this down, especially since we didn't even close back above $76.33. A zone at least U.S. oil likes to consolidate around. Once it reclaims it, generally goes up. We can easily chop around it, but we just don't want to see this kind of scenario where we just have a full-on breakdown again, because I'm not convinced that these lows will hold, and then we'll just have to start looking at a lot lower. We can see, this support that U.S. oil has, this was resistance flipped into support, and that's why it starts losing the $65.71. Oil can have a big drop. And that's just my personal opinion. Each time it's lost this zone, it leads to humongous drops. Even if we extend this line more, straighten it out like so, even after it lost it here, it basically just led to a mega drop straight to $25. So that's kind of where we're at now on the chart. And it is at a spot where bears would want to step in here. And either, we either get a bounce and it actually does tap it, but like Farn said on the last chart, levels can easily get front ran. And as it stands, this is looking like it got front ran and it still got rejected. So, we have that mixed in with, the monthly at a very interesting point. Keep in mind, last month's closure did lose this major level on the chart, which is the SMA 200 and the EMA 100. A big spot that U.S. oil likes to hold. So it's not a good sign that we just lost that. We would expect then bears to step in this month and actually press this down. And that's why I'm saying this month and the weekly is going to be pretty key. I'm curious to see how the 2 weeks looking. And, we can see the 2 weeks looking pretty heavy. A full-on just rejection. This is closing in 4 days as well. So we're getting a lot of closures. We see how this SMA 200 on the 2 weeks basically been holding, but this again is playing on to what I'm saying. If bears want, they can really start making this get ugly by turning this full on red and even possibly breaking this down on the next 2 week closure. So, U.S. oil, it's so weird to see it, but yeah, it's just at a very, very important spot. We see the daily EMA 100s freshly lost. We're now rejecting off of it now. And, if we start losing this daily EMA 9, I'll be more convinced that we're definitely going to at least go down to $72.50. We start losing this cluster here, this 21 and 34, then yeah, to me, it'll look like this is going to break down. I'm curious to see if there's any silver crosses to the downside. We do have we have nothing here. And then I guess just it would be on lower time frames, especially the daily doesn't have it.
So on the weekly, you have one.
Do we?
Not that recent, but it did happen around July 2024.
Yeah, true. So I mean, we do have it. We are basing off the 9, so we want this 21 to reject, which is kind of what's happening now. We came up and tested the 55, so already the silver cross is slightly weak, but it is still valid. The weekly has it. Let me check
on the 2 week.
2 week as well.
That's a strong one because it's underneath the 9,
and that's actually fairly fresh. I mean, relative. So that's why, yeah, this 2 week's pretty nasty. This can actually get pretty gross. For at least bulls. So, we'll have to see kind of where this closes, but a move is brewing on U.S. oil. And we're getting that on, we see that on the Bollinger Band, so they were tight, but just mainly BBWP. It's resetting. This could get pretty ugly. For me, I'd just be cautious of that. It's hard to gauge the monthly because it's closing in 17 days. So I'd just be watching this weekly and 2 week because luckily they're all closing around the same time. And if this 2 week does end up losing this SMA 200, I'm going to be looking at that as the first sign of a major breakdown that's probably going to happen with oil. And that's just because of what history has shown us, kind of where the chart's at with the monthly and what we know with the weekly as well, kind of where it's at. And if it starts losing that EMA 9 on the weekly, it will be flipped back into resistance. And we know, big moves happen once we start losing that weekly 9. Corresponding with, what was it? Monthly about to hit extremes in BBWP. Approaching it at least tells me, this move could definitely go a lot more down. So something to just be mindful of. And then if that EMA 100 gets lost in the monthly, major moves usually happen from there, especially when we're already at this level. So that's kind of all I have with oil. I mean, it's not looking the best. Last month's closure would have made me more cautious if I was like a bull on oil. We even see the quarterly rallied up to that quarterly 9. So, it broke down, lost its quarterly 9. Is this the retest that kind of we're seeing on the weekly as well? It's definitely looking more that way. So that is something to be mindful of. And if you are bullish on oil, oil has a lot of levels it needs to reclaim. Even seeing that quarterly EMA 9 is pretty big. So the fact that we already rallied to it, rejected it, it corresponds nicely with the meme line, right at $76.33. Yeah, oil is looking pretty bad. So I don't know what that could mean, but it's looking pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean,
I guess cheaper gas.
It's to the point. It's to a point where you're looking at the charts, all temporalities and all time frames, and going like, "This is going to go to shit." But the one thing that, no matter what the chart says, that I've looked at for years is oil. Like one of the first things I ever gotten on TradingView when I was making my posts public was, everyone and everything is telling me on the chart and outside of the chart that oil is about to head down to like $60 or $45. I don't think so. I think it's in the interest of a lot of people to keep the price up, and it's going to continue to do. And in a year, it literally just went sideways instead of down. It's such a fuckery one.
Yeah,
and
they can manipulate it.
I mean, they openly tell you, like, if the other guys want this, we want that. And if we want this, the other guys want the other thing. So we're going to do the opposite. And it's like a never stopping bullshit pool until something like crazy happens, like COVID, the oil, what was it? The oil wars back in the day and whatnot. So oil is one of those things that I'm not a big fan of unless I catch it at extremes. And right now it's not at an extreme. It's like literally middle of the range between like how it can go up to 110, maybe $117, or down to $45, $50. Like it's literally in the fucking middle, which I hate with a passion because it's not clear. God damn it.
Yeah. Maybe we're getting another pandemic.
I mean, we're definitely going to get something after. You got to think about this. Have you guys heard about the, because I follow a lot of independent journalists from outside of the US, because otherwise you can't get real news from anyone, right? Have you guys heard that Ukraine actually already lost the war and they're not telling us until basically they're done? Yeah. I mean, it's obvious that they were going to lose the war, right?
Why isn't Putin going around saying that like we won?
I don't know.
Weird.
And by the way, they all work together, right? Like no conflict whatsoever. Like if Putin was really a threat to humanity, we would have already fucking destroyed that man and killed him, right? Like you don't have to be a genius to understand that.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. So in a way, we all work. We're buddies. We like to pretend all these problems so that people get really scared, and then we just do whatever. Because at the end of the day, all you need to do is sell it to people that are retarded. Because clearly, there's 50% of people that are saying we need to stop Vladimir Putin from going into other territories and taking them over. But at the same time, we must support Israel in doing exactly the same thing. I know the reasons are different, but it's the same thing. This is how fucking stupid we are. So as long as they have that going on, they can keep fucking around all they want. Alex, I got gold for you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, US oil is looking bad. I mean, last time it's like rejected its weekly SMA 200, like after losing it was right in like February 2020. Before that,
and that was wild because it went to zero, negative.
Yeah.
How did that work when it was negative? They paid you?
They paid you. So I have a friend of mine, motherfucker owns all these container ships in Dubai. And basically a lot of the logistics in Dubai, right? So he called me and he was saying, bro, people are paying me to give me their oil and put them in my ships. And I was like, what do you mean? Like are they renting it? He's like, no. They're giving me oil and they're putting it on my ships and they're paying me like a flat fee. Like 30, I think it was like 20 or 30 bucks on each barrel they gave him, or $15. And he was like, what am I going to say? No to that? Dude, man has more money than God right now.
These oil tankers were literally printing every day. I remember that because I was 19, just out of high school, and I was actually trading the fuck out of NAT because it jumped from $2 all the way to $9.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was insane.
Yeah. So yeah, my guy got all of that oil money, and then at the end of it, when oil went back up, he had all the oil, so he just sold it back.
That's right.
That's insane. That's
Yeah.
so
That is a
fuck.
fucking killing.
When am I going to get an opportunity where people are like, here, I'm going to give you all my gold and I'm going to pay you for it, but you just hold on to it?
And they gave him the black gold.
Or Bitcoin, whatever, or black gold. I'll take, well, that's oil though. But no,
Yeah.
I thought you meant that Kamala Harris new gold that's inclusive for everyone to be able to get it, because she's supporting now the black crypto community. So
Oh yeah,
hopefully
you can get forgivable loans.
hopefully the black community can also be entitled to black Bitcoin.
Can I have
I
a
know this is
forgivable
black
loan?
Bitcoin, black gold.
Can I have a forgivable loan and go play blackjack? I mean, it's the same type of gambling, right?
I'd love to get some forgivable loans. So fuck yeah, let's go. Let's give them to me, daddy.
Give me some
All right.
blackjack loans.
Yeah, exactly. Alex, you're doing gold. Farhan, you're doing Celsius, so that we can get up on a proper diet. Ok. Tenemos el petróleo, damas y caballeros, y lo estamos viendo en una tabla de 2 semanas. Honestamente, el petróleo es algo impresionante. Algo totalmente impresionante que ver. La fluctuación que tiene, quiero enseñarles este gráfico que es de 3 meses cada vela. O sea, esto donde estoy aquí a la izquierda es de 1980. Puedes ver que en los 80s llegó a los $39, después volvió a tocarlos en los 90 y no lo volvió a hacer hasta el 2003. O sea, 13 años después. Y hasta ahí teníamos el petróleo en un máximo histórico de $40. De ahí, del 2004 al 2008, esto es algo que la gente no se va a acordar porque no están tan viejos como el tío Salo, que llegó a subir hasta $146, pero se llegó a mantener por un rato en $140 por barril. Cuando esto pasó, la gente, había reportajes en la televisión de gente que no podía ir a trabajar porque no le alcanzaba, le costaba más ir al trabajo si se montaba en su coche y ponerle gasolina que lo que le iban a pagar. Era una verdadera locura y de ahí tuvimos el gran colapso por la recesión. Esto nadie te lo tiene que contar. Y estás hablando de que el petróleo fue de un máximo histórico a crear un fondo 77% abajo. Y si eso no se les hizo una locura, en el 2019 el petróleo estaba cotizando por ahí de los 73, casi $74. De ahí llegó a caer a negativo, aquí. O sea, literalmente un bajón de 100%. Y de ahí tuviste un subidongo, que bueno, ¿qué te cuento? 50,000%. Y le estaba contando ahorita a Farhan y Alex, tengo un amigo que en medio de la pandemia me habló, es dueño de una compañía de logística, de botes, todo esto en los Emiratos Árabes Unidos. Y me dijo que la gente le estaba pagando por darle petróleo. Entonces, lo que él tenía era en sus barcos, tenía bastante espacio, los barcos no estaban haciendo nada porque todo estaba parado. Y le dijeron, güey, te puedo pagar por darte este petróleo. Entonces, la gente le pagó por darle petróleo. Y una vez que todo volvió a la normalidad, te puedes imaginar la cantidad de dinero que hicieron. Una verdadera locura. Sería interesante saber a quién de verdad le interesa tanto el precio del petróleo, que subo, que baje. Pueden ver que estamos en medio de todos estos rangos. Esto para mí, esta es una zona de nadie. El petróleo es una de las cosas más manipuladas en el planeta. Nunca sabes qué es lo que va a pasar. Nunca sabes cuándo te van a dar un escenario de cero o de negativo. Nunca sabes cuándo te van a atorar con $150 el barril de petróleo. En este momento, si nos volteamos a ver en la de 3 meses, no nos cuenta tanto, más que hemos sido rechazados por el promedio de las 9 y ahorita estamos intentando aguantar el del 21 que se aguanta en el 73.20. Pero cuando nos acercamos un poco más y vamos a poner, ¿sabes qué? Velas de la de 2 semanas es la que nos cuenta bastante bien la historia. Puedes ver cómo nos está rechazando absolutamente todo con un cruce plateado fresquecito a la baja y aparte un rechazo de la 9. Esta vela, desde los $78, ha visto también los $71 y está ahorita justamente en 73.97. Esto no pinta bien. Básicamente, la última esperanza, si eres alcista en petróleo, es que el promedio de las 200 aguante en 66.28 o a donde esté en el próximo cierre de esto, que son 4 días, 5 horas. Si llegamos a perder el promedio de las 200, ahí es cuando ves bajadas brutales del petróleo, como lo pudiste ver acá, ¿no? Que instantáneamente, en cuanto perdiste el promedio de las 200, el primer bajón fue 70%. Y ese bajón en este momento de 70%, perdiéndolo, digamos que sube acá a los 70. Eso llevaría al petróleo a los $20. No sé qué esté pasando, no sabemos qué exactamente vaya a pasar. Es algo de no fiarse, pero el petróleo en este momento está rangueando justamente entre los 86 y los 66. Tenemos más probabilidades de que esto sea bajista, de que pueda venir a buscar mínimo a este fondillo por acá local en los 66, $67, pero perder el promedio de los 200, yo creo que ahí sería la daga mortal para esto. Así que atención al petróleo, damas y caballeros. Alrighty, Fahrenheit, Celsius. Vamos a ver la bebida de Celsius.
We're going to start on the quarterly on Celsius. The quarterly is giving me the most clear picture.
Wow.
There is still 2 months and 18 days to go. We had how much of a percent move down? We rejected exactly from the 50% range on the HPDR, and then we went down 71.5%. Holy shit!
Woo.
It doesn't look like that much because of how much it's moved up, but to go down 71.5% is pretty crazy. It started its initial move in the run of 2020 for the COVID rally, and it went up 9,590%. Fuck your Bitcoin.
Celsius, baby.
It did that in 4 years. It did 9,600% and 96x. Good Lord, that's fucking insane. As of right now, it's still holding this blue 38.2% area, which it's held every single time before its next pump to the upside. Like right here, while the blue area was catching up, then it tested down to the bottom. And then from the bottom, when it tested the bottom of the blue 38.2%, it ended up moving up another 254%. So as of right now, we're still holding this blue 38.2% area. We have to assume this relationship is still going to be intact until it breaks, because the trend is your friend until it ends. So as long as we hold this blue 38.2 on closing, we would have to target this top 38.2, which right now is at $76.17. At that point, we would be over this previous projective high, and we would be over the median. So that would give us what do you call it? It would mark our next higher low. It would give us it would mark our next higher low, and it would give us a target of the 61.8%, which right now is at $116. That would be new all-time highs. Let's see if I can draw a fib target from this as well. Yeah, that lines up perfectly with our 88.3% HPDR level of around $350. And that's, good Lord, I'm not even comfortable saying that number. But 10x from here, I have no idea. I have no fucking idea. What's the market cap of this thing? 7.9 billion. So a drinks company at 79 billion. I don't know. But
how is that even possible?
I'm
like,
skeptical.
are they going to become Coca-Cola? Because how big is Coca-Cola? 200?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. But as of right now, it's HPR momentum is flipping up on the quarterly from low levels. Like it's getting ready for another one of these type of scenarios where it went from $1 all the way up to $32.
What?
It's giving the exact same type of setup. Low volatility, starting to flip up from low levels. Momentum flipping up from very low levels. It's giving the exact same setup. Are they about to release a drink that makes certain body parts larger?
I don't know, but if they do, I'm in. Not only for the shares. No.
But he's going to be a customer.
That's right. That's right. I got a big Celsius dick.
Right now on the monthly, we are finding some resistance at this 55 EMA at $35.70. But as soon as that does break, I would expect us to get a move towards this bottom 38.2%, which is currently at $67 and like $68.50. If we get any type of close above that area, though, we would get a statistical move towards the top 38.2%, which is currently at all-time highs, I believe. Yeah, that is at $125.49. And then from there, like that's also a 4x from here. Like, how much more would you like? That would only be the 38.2%. So with our quarterly momentum coming from such extreme levels, we likely would have continuation just going from technicals. Let's see if I can go down to the daily and find anything that doesn't say up. Daily momentum is basing off of the bullish critical zone and expanding again. Volatility is still expanding. Volatility still has some room to run. The jewel is giving us one of the best signals that you can ever see. Where we're within the bearish control zone, the pink, yellow, and yellow are bunched together. Pink is crossing above the yellow, and the light blue is crossing above the pink, and they're all right in one area. This is like the ideal jewel signal. This signal right here is what the jewel is made to give. And now we're breaking above the bearish control zone as well. We're closing, getting several closes above the blue 38.2%. We're basing off of it and getting an expansion towards the upside. Even on the daily, I can't see why this thing would not continue to go up. Indicators and trends.
Well, the daily's just basing now, it seems like, and now getting ready to jump onto the next move to the moving averages that are way above.
There was bearish divergence on the quarterly at the previous all-time high. It's already hit the 21, so it's basically played out already. Monthly has already played out divergence. Weekly, 5 days about to confirm. In 2 days and 3 hours, some bullish divergence within the bearish critical zone. So that would give us a target. First target of the neutral zone is in the bullish control zone. So right now the neutral zone sits at $55.55, and the bullish control zone sits at $73. So that bullish control zone is more than 100% move from here. 3 days about to confirm multiple drives of bullish divergence. That would give us a target of first the bullish control zone and then the critical zone, which right now that would be $48 and then $81, more than a 100% move from here. 2 day has multiple drives of bullish divergence confirmed. Very likely we would tap the bullish critical zone. Right now that's sitting at $50.42. And daily, not much, but daily does have a little bit of inverse head and shoulders. So we would get a measured move that would take us to the critical zone. That would be $52 and nice, 69 cents. So on all of the higher term time frames, lower term time frames are all telling me that this thing is going to continue to go up. I'm not comfortable saying what that Fibonacci number was. I don't think it'll go all the way up there, but I could see us going to like $100 from here, and based on how the same setup we're getting from the higher time frames that we got right before the every single massive move where it did more than 10x.
Dude, how much money are these guys making? Why is their company worth so much money?
I guess that's why if you ever go to like those fitness shows and bodybuilding shows and shit, they have booths where they just hand out free drinks.
Well, because it's really,
they got money.
Let me tell you this, and this might be just a secret, trade secret from the business, but our product costs absolutely nothing. So when it comes to gifting, it's like, dude, no matter how much you want, take it, because it costs us nothing, right?
But they also sponsor a whole bunch of athletes.
Oh yeah.
Which is the crazy thing. That's how that's the way that to make it work, right? Like we also follow that type of Red Bull style thing. It's just insane that this can go, like, for you to understand, the guys from Liquid Death, which is water and it's everywhere, those guys are worth like $2 billion. What the fuck is this?
That makes no sense. And drink a beer.
That too. But this also brings me a lot of hope that I can probably sell one of these fucking companies for a lot of money. That'd be nice. That'd be really nice. Just even if it's $1 billion, I'd be cool with that.
You know, just a small billion.
I'd be cool with that. Just a small little $1 billion for me to spend. That's it. Come on, Coca-Cola. You know what you're looking at. No?
acquire water people for a small $2 billion.
Just a small $2 billion fee. That's all we need. Thank you, sir. The greatest water of all time. Exactly. Everybody knows that. It's fucking refreshing. Look at Alex's face. Look how refreshing that shit is.
I feel
Huh?
great.
He's rejuvenated.
Alex is a handsome guy, but now he's way more handsome because he drank out of that water. And these are facts, by the way. The people from advertisement and rules in Mexico can come check it. There you go. See?
I'm
See?
surrounded by water people every day.
Good. And by people full of water also. Sorry, had to go there like a retard. All righty. This is your last one, Farhan, and then we'll close with gold with Alex. Let me just jump into this one. Esto es algo que no entendemos. Esta es una bebida que se llama Celsius, que literalmente no importa en qué temporalidad lo veas, y sobre todo porque estás volteando a ver el gráfico, ¿no? ¿Este gráfico a alguien se le hace alcista? A mí no. Tiene cara que esta tendencia se rompió a la baja y ahora está empezando a consolidar en lo que sería una bandera bajista, ¿no? Eso es lo que yo diría, si estoy volteando a ver todo esto. Güey, estás abajo del 21, estás abajo del 9, estás abajo del 55 y te está rechazando y estás aquí. ¿Ok? Eso es lo que estamos viendo. Celsius está cotizando en 34,57 y el máximo histórico está en $99, básicamente $100. La cosa que no podemos dejar pasar es el hecho de que esta madre con todos los indicadores de momentum y volatilidad nos está diciendo que va a ir al cielo. No me cabe en la cabeza el por qué, el cómo, el dónde, porque en todas las temporalidades que veas, y esto ya se los enseñé en la mensual, vieron lo mal que se ve, en la trimestral, puedes ver que estás encima del 21, pero esta podría ser tu oportunidad. Normalmente cuando pierdes el 9, puedes treparte al 21 y de ahí que vaya a volver a retestar el 9. ¿Entendido? Entendido. Como lo intentó hacer acá, aunque fue el front run del 9, ¿no? ¿Está pasando lo mismo? ¿Quién sabe? Esta es una empresa ya de 8,000 millones de dólares. No tiene mucho sentido que pueda ser un 3X y que sea una empresa de 20,000 millones de... Eso no tiene sentido alguno en mi cabeza. Pero de acuerdo a todos los indicadores de Farhan de volatilidad y de momentum, esta madre va a ser un nuevo alto histórico una vez más. Una vez más, se los digo de corazón, no entiendo cómo, no veo por qué, financieramente no tiene sentido, pero pueden ver acá, desde que cayó del precio de acá hasta acá, ha estado abajo del promedio de las 9 y del 21. Acaba de treparse encima de los dos al mismo tiempo y aparte los dos están uno trepado encima del otro. Esto es el inicio de un movimiento alcista, correcto. Pero yo personalmente viendo este gráfico no veo cómo va a llegar a ser todo lo que acabamos de platicar nosotros. No lo entiendo. Y ahora, siempre digo, hazle caso al gráfico. Lo demás es cómo lo justificas, bla, bla, bla. Igual van a comprar Water People o algo así, ¿no? Por más que sea un chiste. No sé. Es demasiado dinero esto. Social Buzz, Wall Street Stock Mix, bla, 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 Trump Media and Technology. Sí, no tengo ni idea. No tengo una absoluta idea de por qué esto se ve tan bien. Pero mínimo aquí el movimiento lo está empezando a dar. Entrada sería una vez más base en el 9 o en el 21 aquí abajo, en los 32. No les voy a prometer que se van a ir al cielo con esto, pero es lo que parece. No sé cómo chingados. No lo entiendo. Pero bueno, es básicamente lo que estábamos viendo. Y vamos a cerrar con el oro, como de que no, damas y caballeros. Oro, gold.
Nice. Yeah,
The
so
Bitcoin of the old people.
yeah, literally. The thing that just goes up now. So
Apparently, yeah.
it really has just been going up though. If we just backtrack it here. I mean, like after we broke out of this, what was it? It was the $2,150 zone. This back test here was just an opportunity, and then just simply it just simply moves up. And so, I mean, it was hard for me to find something on gold, but you know, potentially we have here a descending channel. You know, with this channel, you know, it's just more representation. You know, bulls really want to just break this high for a breakout, and bears want to break this low here at 2,604 for a breakdown. And a breakdown, you know, is really going to just be muted, in my opinion. I don't think we're going to go down too much, you know, and it'd be irresponsible to, you know, even call like super low because there's really nothing on this chart other than maybe we go and test the 34 for like max downside, currently at 2,530, and it's on a 2-day. I think it just erases the chop. Or even just going down to the 21, an area we actually haven't tested since August 6th, so early August. That did end up being a nice reaction zone. So we easily could go and test there and then get a bigger bounce or at least consolidate. I'm really not getting much on momentum either. It is starting to flip down slightly, but easily could flip back up from this 50% zone. Kind of like what we've been seeing, could easily flip up here and then get the expansion up, which could line up with kind of just more a shallow pullback. Overall, though, I mean, there really isn't much. If we just delete this, descending channel and just look at it kind of on what the weekly looks like, you could argue, it's trying to maybe put in like a bull flag here. I don't really look at those too much, but, if you just drew another one, you could argue that. All these bullish patterns, like especially a bull flag, is kind of what you would get in super bullish up only structures. So, for me, a pullback would make sense. Though it's hard though to gauge that with what we have, which is just like price discovery mode and kind of consolidating. That's why I'm just really, even if you don't like the channels, it's just easy. You can just base it on this wick high. Breaking that obviously gives us a bigger breakout, and then breaking this wick low, which I think is more important because it's less obvious. This will give us more of a bigger breakdown, and then I definitely think we easily can go and test that 2,593, if not more closer with that 2-day EMA 34, right at 2,530. Assuming that 21 doesn't hold. And that's the thing, there's many levels where gold can hit before, it even breaks down and it just gets a bigger bounce, kind of like what we see on this 2-day. Even before it hits the 34, the 21 still should be a major support zone just based on kind of what the chart's been telling us. But for me, I'm more on the camp. We'll probably get a pullback on gold. I don't think that pullback's going to be an insane pullback. I think gold is extremely bullish, as seen on the 6-month chart. It's having an insane breakout, and this can last for a very long time before we get any kind of red candle, especially in the 6-month. And that's why for me, any kind of pullback to like that 2,500 zone could be looked at as a bigger opportunity potentially, assuming, what was it? Yeah, this monthly 9, which has been continuously acting as a big support on gold, keeps moving up like it has been. Currently, it's at 2,413. So we'll have to keep watching. We haven't tested it since, again, that February, March zone. So, any dumps into there's a first major opportunity zone for me, just kind of because that's just how it's just been for gold so far. If we start losing this monthly 9, then I'm more on the camp of being concerned and I'm watching for a lot lower. But as you guys can see, I mean, it's very far away until it even happens. And that's why I think gauging a 2-day is a lot better. Let me see. And yeah, that's kind of it. Watch for a pullback to like 2,500, maybe 2,574. But as it stands, I mean, that's kind of just hopium, and it's still even above its 9 and bouncing off. Just bouncing off that 2,600, nice psychological number. I don't really trade gold. It's hard to, it's like with oil, it's very manipulated and it's kind of hard to gauge with how I trade, but very bullish. It's very bullish as we can see on the 5-day. So would really watch that 5-day EMA 9 bounce, retest, which could line up with a bounce, lining up also with that 2-day EMA 21 test. If we lose that, focus on the 34. And then if we start losing that 2-day 34, then I do think a bigger dump can happen, and then we'll be more on the camp of cautious. But until then, the trend is your friend. Hitting this 21 here would just be another higher low and an overall very strong uptrend. So we see here, if you guys want, this is the higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high. So we just wouldn't want to we wouldn't want to break this zone. So even if price came all the way down to here, it still could act if we get a bounce as a higher low, assuming we do break this high. So, which again, gold is uber bullish right now in the sense that, I wouldn't buy it here, but there's definitely no short trigger. So tiny pullbacks to, just keeping with the trend seems like the way. And I think what's his name, Peter Schiff, is quite happy. It's quite perked up.
Peter Schiff is going on every fucking show right now, telling everybody how amazing gold is and how Bitcoin is going to zero. Like, he won't stop. Oh, look at you. What? That's the acerola flavor, right? That shit's pretty good.
Yeah.
Wait, you're muted.
Muted, yeah. I hear you talking to yourself.
It's the orange one. Yeah, acerola. Have you ever tried these mixed with tequila? It goes pretty far.
I did with mezcal, dude. It's so at some point we were gonna launch that with the mezcal, but we ended up just not doing it because the water took off, blah blah blah. But yeah, that to me, if I want to get fucked up, do a little water, people, with a little mezcal.
Yeah, it goes real nice.
Oh, it goes down smooth. Goes down smooth. All righty. Gold, just real quick. Funny enough that we're looking at this just as a big nerd. You guys know when modern monetary theory started?
Was that right around 1972?
1970, my son. Exactly. Look at you. Look at us, huh?
Look at us. Who would have thought?
When gold starts going up a little bit and you see it on the chart, guess what year it is? 1972. And you start seeing this. That's 72, right? So then let me make it small. Then we get to this point, right? 2008. You have a little consolidation on those all-time highs, basically, on 2008. And then you have the next move up on gold. Why? Because in 2008, we accelerated the money printing. When we got to this point in the 80s, it was just like, that's when inflation peaked. There was deflation. Monetary mass actually went down. This was because we took gold out of the standard and we decided that we were going to print massively. Then this normalized. Back in 2008, we decided, no. We're just going to print out our deficits. Boo! Goes all the way up. 2011. Then it starts to what's the fucking word? Reconcile? No.
Yeah, that could also be a cup and handle pattern right there.
Also, it starts doing it right here in 2020, which is when we decide to print $1 trillion. Boop, onto the next level. So now most likely this is going to base at low 2000s up until the next move. But the thing is, now we are in a dire situation where we need to print more and more often. Kind of like in here, from here to here. So we should see more of this continue to go as we're going to get into larger deficits and money value is going to be destroyed. So just something interesting to look at. This is the chart of how we're getting fucked and a finger up the ass. So
not too long before we hit my 2023 target of 3,500.
That's insane. Anything else you boys want to add before we go? Well, you go. I'll finish this.
I'm good.
No, nothing. Smooth. Appreciate it.
Oh, no. Thank you, guys. All righty. Perfect. Well, you enjoy your day. I'm going to get to work right now. I'm going to finish this and send Sergio some notes, and I'll send you guys some things that we need to do.
Perfect.
All righty, boys. Thank you. Have a good one. Vale, les voy a poner aquí el oro. Una cosa interesante del oro que me gustaría que todos supieran es que en 1970 fue cuando empezamos la nueva teoría monetaria en la que estamos viviendo, donde nos separamos del estándar de solamente tener el oro respaldando el dinero y dijimos, olvídate del oro, vamos a simplemente imprimir la cantidad de dinero que queramos. Y eso pasó en 1972, justo cuando empiezas a ver al oro empezar a repuntar acá. Esta vela que llega hasta aquí arriba es en los 80s, ese fue el pico de inflación. Una vez que llegamos al pico de inflación, tuvimos deflación. ¿Por qué tuvimos deflación? Porque la masa monetaria decreció comparado con lo que había antes, o mínimo al ritmo en el que estaba creciendo. Y puedes ver este bajón. Aquí donde empieza una vez más a trepar, son los 2000, donde se imprime poco dinero para el .com, pero cuando ves esta consolidación por primera vez, que está en altos históricos de acá, que es un poco parecida a esta y esta, ¿qué es lo que ocurre? Esto es el 2007-2008. Aquí decidimos imprimir una fortuna para poder salir de la crisis. Y eso nos lleva hasta este punto donde el oro llegó a 1900 y de ahí se reajustó por una temporada hasta el 2020. En el 2020 decidimos, ¿sabes qué? Estaría chido imprimir todavía más dinero para devaluar más el valor del mismo. ¿Y qué es lo que pasó con el precio del oro? Se trepó hasta acá. De cierta forma, el oro habla de devaluación, pero al pasado, en mi opinión. ¿Por qué? Porque si aquí en el 2020 tomó esto y estamos acá, esta es la evaluación del 2020. Esta fue la evaluación, en mi opinión, que nos llevó hasta acá, fue la del 2008. Esta fue la que nos llevó del 2020. Y ahora lo que según yo va a ocurrir, y ahora esto es completa especulación, es otra zona como estas, donde vamos a reconciliar el precio por años para poder ir a la nueva realidad de lo que nos va a reflejar la devaluación de nuestro dinero. Igual y el oro no te está adelantando la devaluación y igual el oro te lo está dando por atrás, ¿no? Atrasado, diría yo. ¿Quién sabe? ¿Quién sabe? Un pequeño análisis tranquilito por acá. Y lo interesante de eso es que el promedio de las 9 justamente viene una vez más a la zona de reconciliación de precio. Y eso es justo lo que pasó acá y es un poco lo que creo que va a pasar acá. Y de nuevo, estos movimientos toman muchísimo tiempo. Es imposible darte nuevos objetivos a la alza porque estás en altos históricos, pero nos vamos a acercar un poco más y lo vamos a poner en la semanal para que puedas ver esto. En la semanal, básicamente, en gráfico semanal, estás viendo que estás simplemente consolidando, yéndote de lado. El alto histórico del oro está en los 2,684. Personalmente, yo creo que sí podemos llegar a los 2,707, pero eso ya es el bote se ha movido. Mucha gente está diciendo que el oro va a llegar a 3,500, etcétera. Tal vez, no dudo que lo vaya a hacer, pero tal vez tenga que relajar tantito y venir a buscar sus promedios, y el promedio más grande que tiene es el promedio de los 200 y lo ha tocado una vez acá en el 2022. ¿Cuándo más? Acá en el 2018. O sea, sí viene a visitar el promedio de las 200. Y si el promedio de las 200 está arriba ya de casi los 2000, yo creo que ahí es esta zona más o menos, es donde el precio del oro podría venir a buscar simplemente reconciliar. Y una vez que venga de acá, poder continuar con su nuevo movimiento una vez que devaluemos el dinero a lo que sigue. O igual no, igual y esto es adelantado y te está diciendo la nueva devaluación que se viene, pero en lo que estoy viendo, en analizar esta tabla hoy, tiene cara de que va un poco atrasado. ¿Cuáles son tus siguientes objetivos y poderes de entrada? Honestamente, no ha bajado el precio de los 2,608. Eso te da un rango bastante chico. Vamos a ver de cuánto. De literalmente menos de 2%. Lo que no sé si valga tanto la pena. Para empezar, no le haría un corto al oro, jamás, porque algo está en altos históricos. Es un gran error apostar que hoy va a bajar de la nada cuando ha estado solamente subiendo. No entré en el promedio de las 9 porque definitivamente, si estoy haciendo un trade rápido, no sé, para empezar, no me voy a meter aquí porque se mueve muy poco, pero el buen retroceso que sería interesante para ahorita, si seguimos en esta acumulación, sería el de los 2,439. Si llegamos a esa zona, sería interesante poder agregar un poco a tu posición o lo que sea, pero por ahora estás literalmente en tierra de nada. Nadie no sabe si va a seguir subiendo, si va a empezar a reconciliar, qué es lo que va a ser el precio, pero lo que sí sabemos es que van a seguir devaluando nuestras monedas y esto va a seguir ocurriendo, no importa lo que pase. Y es básicamente todo lo que les tenemos que decir. Recuerden, damas y caballeros, que los queremos invitar a todos ustedes a que se den una vuelta al Discord de Elite Trading Academy. Les dejé el enlace aquí abajo y también aquí abajo están los enlaces para poder tradear en nuestros exchanges. Pronto les vamos a poner un video para que aprendan todos ustedes cómo poder usarlo, pero si quieren usar el Discord, que es gratis, le pican acá en Partners, ¿no? Y te enseñan los enlaces para BitGet, el exchange que lo aceptan en todos lados menos Estados Unidos y requiere identificación. Bluffing no requiere identificación y funciona en Estados Unidos, y también TradingView, que es la herramienta que usamos nosotros para poder hacer trading. También tienes el chat general para todo el mundo que viene a platicar con nosotros, como de que no, por supuesto. Pueden venir a Chart Request a pedirnos tablas. venir a compartir noticias con nosotros, platicar de ello y pues todo lo que necesiten, aquí estamos, ¿no? Y también vengan a compartir sus ganancias o sus pérdidas, como de que no con nosotros. Viene ese long, perro, viene ese long. Gente aprovechando. Buen short con 20X, rifado. Pero bueno, es todo lo que les quería poner enfrente de ustedes. Es completamente gratis. Vengan si están interesados en ser degenerados como el tío Salo, apostando a cosas que nunca tocará. Les mando un fuerte abrazo. Nos vemos pronto. Cuídense mucho. Bla, 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 etcétera.